The little bit.
I hate the problem with this one. Right, okay. I still got a few minutes till four. Well, head down.
a pre-existing built-up roof, which is a coal tar pitch, coal tar and felt built-up roof system. So basically, right now you have two roof systems up there. And the roof systems are over a variety of different types of decks. You've got metal decking, structural wood fiber, which the trade name is sometimes called Tectum. There are areas of plywood. There's also concrete and lightweight insulated concrete. That's a lot of different deck types over one building. And what we also looked at was existing drainage. Currently, it drains to roof drains, internal roof drains, gutters, and downspouts. And right now, it's pretty much flat. There's there's standing water. There's no slope in the roof system to provide positive drainage towards the water management systems. Okay, so we'll look at a couple of roof conditions and why replacement is actually necessary. First, the spray foam has been up there since the early 2000s. And back then, when spray foam coated roof systems were being put down, they weren't meant to last 20 years. You know, the coating systems back then were intended to be a 5 to 10 year type of surface life. So here we are today, 2025, 20 plus years, around 20 years really, of the roof that you see, which is the spray foam coating system. What's underneath there is, well, first the spray foam is about 1.5 to 2 inches average thickness. So it's not a whole lot of R value insulation that you have up there currently. So underneath the spray foam, you've got an existing built-up roof with a very minimal insulation as well. Right now, we think at most you probably have an R value of 13, and the current energy code requires you to have an R30. Okay, so your thermal performance, energy efficiency is not quite there. When we did our destructive testing, we found moisture in both layers, both the spray foam and the pre-existing roof. So there's moisture that's been trapped between systems for however long. And it's kind of widespread, I think. I don't know how many areas, I think, but the majority of the roof cuts review moisture throughout the roof systems. And typically, when you consider a repair or recover type of system where you leave or try to salvage the existing insulation, when you get beyond a threshold, which is 20%, from a feasibility and a benefit, cost benefit standpoint, when you approach 20% of wet insulation, you're just better off mobilizing and replacing the entire roof. I know early on when we first looked at this building and interviewed and looked at the RFQ, there were thoughts and maybe some options. We talked about trying to repair the roof. I think we're beyond that. Repairs is always an option, but it's not the long-term solution in this scenario. You end up a lot of times causing damage on the roof that you're walking on to the location where you're trying to repair deficiencies. And a lot of times you're only able to repair what you can see. So what you repair may not actually be the source of water intrusion. And you can have multiple sources of water intrusion, some obvious, some not so obvious. So I think chasing leaks is always an option, but you may end up sinking a lot more money and not getting the results that you aim for in a repair. So that's kind of going over what we have in terms of your existing conditions, deficiencies, and the problems that we have. One other thing that I wanted to mention was because you have all this trapped moisture, over the years. We don't know where you may potentially have damaged decking, which can lead to structural issues. So Stuart will talk about some of the benefits and how we address those things if we move into a roof replacement type of approach.
We'll talk about remedial repair options. We provided two options. The first one is a 2-ply modified bituminous roof system. So going back to what Boo said about being able to see, since over time, there's been moisture trapped in this deck. And once this allows us to take all the existing roof membrane off and survey what we have there and replace it while we're installing the new roof system. So we have 4 different roof systems: the Tectum, metal deck, plywood, and lightweight concrete. We'll put a temporary roof ply over that to temporarily tie in the roof during installation of the new roof system. So it's dried in as they remove and replace. We will put in a new R30. So the energy efficiency code requires an R30 for energy efficiency. And we'll also put a tapered roof system. From one of the earlier photos, you saw that there was a lot of ponding water on this roof because it's pretty flat and doesn't allow it to drain as well to the drains and to the guttering system. So what this does is that we'll add a tapered system to the drains that'll promote a positive flow from the roof to get that water off that system. We'll put in a new 1/2-inch cover board, and then we'll put in a new 2-ply bituminous roof system. And this is 2 layers of roof. It's redundant. You have 2 layers. So that's why we typically like to use the 2-ply modified system. We'll also need to put in new roof drains. From the aerial view and from our investigation, some roof drains were clogged, some of them were roofed over, and that was probably contributing to the amounts of ponding water that we saw out there. So we'll be able to put new roof drains. One thing that we saw as well is that there wasn't no overflow drains nor scuppers. So when those start to build up and fill and clog, then they have to try to make it to the next drain and to the next drain. Typically, you have an overflow drain. So when your roof drains, your primary roof drains do clog, there's a secondary means of water to get off the roof system. So for 2-ply mod systems, the range of magnitude for the cost is typically between $30 to $40 per square foot. You have 2 layers of the roof system, so that would run between $1.85 and $2.45 million. This will also provide a 20 to 30 year roof warranty. And this is just an overview of a typical system that would be installed. I'll get into further details of in showing the progress and the construction of the new roof systems. Keep on, please. Oh, you got it. Okay, keep on. All right, so option number 2, exact same installation, except that we're going to go with a single ply PVC roof membrane. So it's just one single PVC single ply roof system. It's very good. And the exact same system. The only thing that changes is the top of the roof. So we'll be putting in a temporary roof, new tapered installation with R30 to taper to the drains, 1/2-inch cover board, new roof drains, new overflow drain scuppers. But we'll put in a new single ply PVC membrane in lieu of the 2-ply mod system. The range of magnitude for that is $25 to $35 per square foot. So range is probably $1.53 to $2.14 million for that one. Also, 20 to 30 year roof warranty for that system as well.
What mill is that on both of those?
For the single ply, you're looking at 60 mil.
16 mil?
60 mil.
And they have 80 mil options as well.
And so interior protection and air monitoring. So from our testing for hazardous materials, you know that there was asbestos within the roof system. The majority of the roof is Tectum roofing. That's the majority of the roof throughout the system. Well, there's joints in between the Tectum. So once they start removing the deck and everything, there's a potential for dust and debris to fall through the cracks in that and then go within the interior of the school. That's we've noticed that, we've seen that. We have a similar project that we did. It was a Coliseum. It was roughly 55,000 square foot. It had Tectum decking. And what we had to do, and this is what this picture shows, is that we wrapped the whole interior of the Coliseum with a protective wrap. And you can see it, I think from this photo right here, something had failed and it had caught it, from that situation. And so that allowed the team to continue to work, remove the insulation and protect the inside as the Coliseum remained. We also used our environmental team, to conduct air monitoring during the entire construction. So when they were working, we were monitoring the air, simultaneously to make sure that it met all the standards, during that time frame.
Is that included in the price that you've quoted us?
Yes, ma'am, in the wrong, yes.
Okay.
And so this will allow the construction to move forward and also protect the interior, right? Because the students are the most important in the faculty and the staff. And so that will allow us to be able to work, while they're inside and monitor everything from that standpoint.
But this makes it safe even if you encounter asbestos.
Well, they'll air monitor,
Yeah, the wrapping and the air monitoring combined is a plan for dealing and encapsulating those spaces. So yes, it will be safe, and as long as we keep monitoring and maintaining that wrap. There's a couple of things I also wanted to mention. These roof systems, they're warranted from the deck up, from the date of completion. And that's the manufacturer's full system labor and material warranty for 20 to 30 years, depending on the thickness membrane and the specific system makeup. On top of that, Terracon requires a 5-year contractor's warranty at the very beginning. So you're not needing to go through the paperwork of submitting to a manufacturer and having all these things. It belongs to the roofing contractor for the first 5 years, and when we call them, they gotta come out to address any leaks or issues we have. Beyond the 5 years, the manufacturer takes over.
Oh, is that the same warranty for both kinds of roofs? Option 1 and option 2 has 20 to 30 years.
Yes, that is correct. And we wanted to get into the comparison between the two. There's pluses and minuses to both. The two primary types of roof systems today for low slope is single ply or 2-ply mod bid. Now, there's subcategories within each, but let's start with the 2-ply mod bid. That has redundancy in it, right? So you're not just 1-ply, you've got a granular surface that gets mocked, torch, or in cohesive to a base ply membrane. It's thicker. It can sustain a little bit more abuse than a single ply just from the 2 layers, but they come in 3 foot wide sheets, and it's more laborious. That's why the cost is higher. The single ply, there's 2 main types. One is TPO, and the other is PVC, and they're very comparable. The real difference here between PVC and TPO, we like to go with PVC where we can, and there's reasons for that. The first reason is it's historically been around a lot longer. Most consultants prefer the PVC material. And then lastly, it's inherently fire, right? Where TPO, and the other thing about the resiliency with fire is it withstands chemicals, degradation, atmospheric conditions better than TPO does. The TPO is probably the most popular system today. It goes down as, most consultants consider them sort of the budget, but good roof. There's a place for it. I'm not saying it's a bad roof at all. But it's not been around as long as PVC. So we're good with either one. Now the price difference, there is a price difference between the PVC and the TPO. PVC is a little bit more expensive, but most of your cost is in your labor. So it's insignificant in the grand scheme of things when it comes to the material cost.
If we did the plywood, the sheets, is there something in between those sheets? There's something sealing those sheets?
For the single ply?
Yeah.
So the single ply goes over, they both do actually. There's a cover board that we use directly underneath the membrane. And that gives it a nice rigid surface, but, the single ply that's your memory. It doesn't have the redundancy, but the warranty is still the same. And they go through extensive testing for this type of membrane, tensile testing, tear strength and all that. So it meets the industry standards, the ASTM that every manufacturer's got to meet. So they're not, they're used everywhere. They're not new, but it's just a difference in application. Now, when we talk about installing each system, it takes longer to put down a modbit. And the single ply PVC can come in larger sheets, so they get down, they're installed quicker. So you can, it shortens up the construction schedule, which could be very advantageous for a school system.
What holds those sheets down? It's glued or screws?
Yeah, it's an adhesive. Yeah, and they're made to withstand, they go through a lot of testing, and they're made to withstand even hurricane. If down there in ASU, where you've got gust winds, and they actually fall into a hurricane type wind region down in Boone. And right now, a lot of those slow PVC and TPO is being installed down in Boone.
Sir, is that the 60 mil? You're talking about the single ply, that's 60
Yes.
mil.
That's correct.
Did you provide an 80 mil option as well?
There's an 80 mil option, yes.
Is 80 mil also a single sheet?
Yes, that's correct.
Just one quick question. I know to go back. You said it's fire rated? What?
It's inherently fireproof, like it doesn't burn.
PVC?
PVC, that's correct. That's one of its properties I'm not saying that if you put a flamethrower to it, it won't burn. But in terms of roofing materials, it's inherently more water, fire retardant than TPO, which is usually, those two are usually the two that are compared.
Has it got a UL certificate on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
An old fireman here.
Well, what you got, saying it's a 20 to 30 year warranty, say 22 years, what's to say that you're gonna say, well, 20 years, I'm sorry, the warranty's gone. 10 years is a pretty good span on it.
Well, so you either specify and install a 20-year system or a 30-year system.
Okay.
So it's not an in-between.
Okay.
What's the
I guess
difference
it's
in
a price.
price?
Was that?
The difference in price on a 20 as opposed to a 30-year one?
So the membrane for a 30-year is required to be an 80 mil. And so there's a cost associated with that. I would probably put that at maybe 10% higher. It's not just the material cost, but it's a thicker sheet. So the labor's a bit higher.
So on the option one, what would be the actual length of the warranty on that? Because I'm assuming the PVC, if you go 80 mil is 30 years, but the 60 mil would be closer to 20. So you do have the exact warranty numbers for these different options you've given us.
Yeah, so the 60 mil will be 20-year warranty. The 80 is more for the 30.
And,
But
and what about the 2-ply?
the 2-ply mod, some manufacturers will give you a 30-year warranty for the 2-ply. I think most of them are progressing towards that. It used to be that 20-year was their standard for everybody. But because of that competition and they're offering a longer warranty, we could probably find 3 that will give you 30.
So Lou, does that mean that when they put it out for bid, you would specify that in the bid documents? I just want to be clear to everybody so that they would understand the process that we would go through.
Right. I think we can do one better. And it wouldn't be much for us to specify in such a way where there's a base bid that says, here's your 20-year system, right? And here's an alternate. If you want to pay the difference and get that 10-year difference, we could put it out as an alternate.
Have you seen these roofs fail after a 25-year period? Have you put a building where that is failed?
So I could say this, I'm on my 28th year and I haven't had a roof fail yet.
What would we be looking at if it did fail? Would we complete roof replacement?
So failure is the way it works for a warranty is if there's some deficiencies, beyond the 5 years where a contractor handles it, then we have to notify the manufacturer. And what they'll do is they'll bring in their certified installer to come address the issue. So hopefully it never comes to failure of the roof system.
So you don't have any of these roofs failed previous,
No, that,
what's the longest one you had installed?
3 years.
28 years?
Is there a problem with, after it's installed, you've got maintenance issues on top roof with other systems or equipment? Is there a problem walking on it? You got to provide walkways? How's
Yeah.
that work?
Yep, wall pads, we lay them out wherever you want them. So here's where I think we need to get with the district and you all who will be the end users. We have to see where your equipment is. What do you do for maintenance and repairs? Some folks are very comfortable putting down cement and patching roofs themselves. Now, under warranty, you wouldn't do that. The manufacturer would handle that. But the other part of that is here in an area that's freezing cold and you have snow and ice, a single ply roof is very slick. Now, of course, if it's snowing, probably shouldn't be up there in the snow, but that's just the reality of it. It's just very slick up there. Now, not that you should walk on ice that's a mod-bit roof either, but it's very different. You know, one you're ice skating, the other one you're slipping. So, those are the type of things that in design we would get with you all on to say, what are some of your preferences? Where do you want wall pads? And then we want to place it to where people actually use them. A lot of times you see wall pads and you see people walk where there aren't any wall pads. I don't know why that is, but that's just our experience. You know, they wander off.
The wall pads, what do they consist of? Are they the same materials or how do they differ from the regular roof?
They for a mod-bit roof, they are a thicker version of the cap sheet. For the single ply, it's a weldable system that they heat weld down, and it's essentially the same material that they would, but it comes with treads so that it's not a slip when you walk on it.
So it doesn't protect the roof as much as it protects the person walking on the roof. Is that what you're saying?
It's for walking surfaces, so it does protect the roof, but it's a walk path more so than it is to protect the roof. And that's where the mod-bit system has the advantage, because if you have a lot of foot traffic up there where there's a lot of units, HVAC folks coming up there with tools, the mod-bit system has 2 layers and has granules that can stand a little bit more abuse than some of the single ply systems.
So how many units do we have on that roof?
You have
You probably go back and look at a picture.
Yeah.
First, let's just start at previous.
That's good. If you do in show, then you can go and pick.
I'm sorry?
If you do in show, then you can go back to the slide
Oh, okay.
and just see it all.
Yeah, I could see it show for it.
You ready? Put it back.
Yeah, we'll give it back to her.
Yeah,
Well,
give
while
me.
we're pulling that up, we also haven't got into sequencing and what our thoughts are on the timing of this project.
Quite a bit of mechanical units up there and abandoned skylights as well.
Yeah, and we would, anything that's abandoned or not in use anymore, we would take it off, roof it over, so that eliminates another potential leak issue.
Yes.
Um,
So in that white area, that's where you can see that there's been numerous repairs, a lot of mechanical units, a lot of skylights in that one area. Probably, and that's probably why that area is a lot wider, because it's being repaired a lot more from there.
Yeah, and these top wall pads, while we're on that subject, they typically are installed around units, mechanical units. And where you come up, say like a roof hatch, I don't know if there's a roof hatch.
Right from the ladder.
But wherever you may want to put a ladder, and for those who maintain the roof, we could discuss putting in a fixed ladder that's permanent, so you don't have to throw up a ladder every time. something with a cage where only you have keys to the cage and open it up and close. So that'll help on the maintenance side of things.
Thoughts, Jody? You've done,
I think they're spot on with the delivery they're given. I mean, it makes sense on the options they're given. Roof pads are nice. They're not everything that you're gonna get to. You're gonna have to have roof change occasionally and things like that. So, I mean, the roof pad piece is just a component, but, it doesn't surprise me on the delivery of where we're at with the roof and the age of the building, so. I think, yeah, they can help provide some line pieces too, which is part of the consideration.
Do you use snowshoes with felt pads, 121-pound people?
Or not, no. No, try not to.
Roughly, if you would choose option one installation. What's, how long would it take? Roughly.
Option one with 2-ply mod bed.
I'm sorry, no, yeah.
Let me do some quick math, or does our intern have a calculator? So we look at conservatively speaking, you've got 2 roofs to remove. Well, let me walk you down the sequencing, and this might help. Originally, we understand the objective was to try to get this done over the summer. There's too much square footage for that to happen for a normal crew. Now, roofers can go in with 2 crews and start in multiple locations, and that would still be tight, the square footage that you have. So our thoughts were, no matter what, and if you tighten up that schedule during the bidding cycle, you're gonna pay more for it just because of the production rate that you're asking. So it seemed to us, basing this off of a typical roofing crew, you're gonna be into a school year, either at the front end or the back end, on either side of summer vacation. So where we stand today, summer work is out of the question. We still have to go through a pretty robust design. There's a lot of different deck conditions that we have to make sure the details are correct. And there is a silver lining to this. We missed the summer, but if we're able to bid this thing before the next cycle, bidding it when the contractors are hungry, you'll get a better price. So bidding in December, January, being prepared for spring for them to do their roof replacement work. I think they can be done before the next school year. So if we start in the spring. And that way, we're not dealing with the winter conditions you have here. A lot of roofing adhesives, foams and all that.
Spring of 26.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that would be the ideal. Now, that's not saying there are no other options,
Right.
but if we had it to where it's less disruptive, best conditions for a contractor, and then pricing, those are the ideal scenarios.
What's the lowest temperature you can apply this with?
Most adhesives are 45 degrees and climbing. Now, they could do things like keep a heated box and store it, but it has to be maintained. But even at that, if it's too cold, they have to wait until it's 45 and rising.
How long does it take to set up and dry?
Set up and dry. Okay, so one other thing we talked about between Stuart and I, how would we approach this project? Because you have hazardous materials aspect to it, and because of our, what we went through with the Winter Coliseum, what we were thinking would be very advantageous is to do all of the demolition all at once. So what that means is that he's got temporary roof up there. We would come in, the roofing contractor and their demo crew would come in, remove all of the roofing, put down a temporary roof, and you get water tightness. Okay, what that does for us is that it gets you your interior space fully back to normal quicker. They don't have dumpsters on site. All that demolition work is done. So there's no dumpster work. The second part of that is the air monitoring would be done at that point. So what I'm saying is, instead of putting the roof back fully, right? We're gonna do all the demo with a temporary roof. So you won't have any finished membrane, but you'll be watertight. The other thing that it does, for us here is, the tectum deck, right? The roof system that we are proposing requires a base sheet. The base sheet is mechanically fastened. There's a fastener called a twin lock. It's a two-stage fastener. You hit it once, it drives the shank in. You hit it again, there's a pin that locks it in. That fastener is the best as far as uplift, pull down. Right.
When they're installed.
But it is noisy, right? And if we can get that portion of work out of the way, the rest of it will be quiet in comparison. So that's why we want that demo work to be done.
Is there a possibility of doing that after school hours?
That's actually what we did with the winter project.
Yeah, we talked about that after school hours, weekends, different times. From a safety standpoint for kids and from a noise standpoint as well. Because certainly it's hard for middle schoolers to concentrate anyway, and then you put the 2-pound whatever, like they will go crazy. So, and I'm sitting here looking at Sherry back there who's thinking, yeah, that will be quite a challenge.
Yeah, and I can show you, so this is actually from the winter project, this is why I want to show it. As you can see, I don't know if you can, where's the mouse, sorry. So this is existing tectum deck right here, you can see the joints in the deck right here. So here's our, this is our base ply, which what we talked about, it was nailed down with the twin lock fasteners. And then in South Carolina, we can't torch, so we had to use a cold applied to adhere the membrane. Here we would torch because it's instant. As soon as you torch the temporary roof down, it's stuck. That's what we like to do. So these rolls up here are the temp roof that they're installing over the mechanical fasteners. That's our temporary roof. So here's them mopping in the temporary roof as they're going. So then here's the insulation. So once we get the temporary roof in, we talked about putting the insulation with the R30 and the taper, and then they use adhesive. So what they're doing is they're spraying this insulation with adhesive, and then they'll lay the insulation on top of each other, and then they'll weight it down with those canisters to keep the boards together while the adhesive sets up.
This portion is for
Yes.
less disruptive. I won't say non-noisy, but less disruptive.
One of the most destructive is when they're sitting there hitting all the twin locks. You can see there's a lot of fasteners in there to get the base sheet down. And then once they start torching, it's just carrying around the tank from that end.
How long does it take that adhesive to set up?
Oh, if it's hot, if it's hot outside, yeah, they better, you'll see them, they'll be putting the boards down and putting the weights on them as soon as they can.
Where's the nearest roof you installed to us?
In the ASU.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We know the engineer over there,
Which one?
Retired.
We're former.
retired.
Allison Sullivan.
Allison Sullivan.
Oh, I know how it's.
Yeah.
She's one of us.
Oh, okay.
That's a 10% discount, run off and get you.
Well, they would have to put it out for bid. So these are our guys guiding us on all of that. And whatever they tell us here is their best estimate based on the previous work that they've done. And so this would go out to bid. And that's why when they were talking about timing of the bids, that usually after, I mean, this is the busy time for everybody, so prices go up. So when they don't have as much work, if we put it out for bid then, we may get better pricing. But we still have to go through DPI, they still have to approve everything, they still would have to design it. I mean, you can't just put something out for bid in the school world.
Will that work with DPI's approval in that time frame we talked about for a winter bid?
DPI. Yeah, I had to submit to them before. I think I checked the website. They said they're pretty booked up, but I think if we can make some phone calls to say, hey, we need to get this on the market, hopefully that'll push them forward with some pressure.
I'm hoping.
I have a concern that we have spent several years rain coming down upon these students. And it seems like every time we turn around, there's another delay. There's a delay, and I'm through with delays, I'm sorry. We need to get this roof done so that these kids can be dried in and these teachers can quit having all of these symptoms that come from a lot of humidity in the rooms. I know of some that have enormous doctor's bills, and they're saying it's because they're in that kind of environment. And this is delaying it at least another year before we get this roof on there. So I'm all for whatever options we have to get this process speeded up, where we can get these kids and these teachers and these employees out of the rain. Okay, and, and I know it's complicated. I know you guys haven't been on board before, but we've had delay after delay. So if we start in December, then we're looking at another school year before anything is done. And I don't like that at all.
Can you give them the realistic timeline where your design, then DPI, and what that looks like? I think that's on there.
Yeah, so we could have the construction document completed, reviewed, and by DPI by the end of August 29th. So that means we'll have our construction documents or the DD and the construction documents and hopefully reviewed by DPI by August 29th. That's on it.
So what does that mean as far as?
So, depending on that, then we can go to bid, we could go to bid from there. But we have to talk about once we're getting the whole climate conditions, right, with the adhesive and with the installation. That's why we're saying January that we have to push it until January, because we have some constrictions with the roofing material, with adhesives and everything else from there.
Maybe one of the things, and we actually kind of anticipated some of that too, because roofing is sort of, it's not seasonal, but there are advantages of bidding it certain parts of the year. But let me ask this question that I don't know the answer to this right now, but if there is a section or several areas that are worse than others, maybe that's something we can put out first and try to fit that before, get it through DPI, get it designed through DPI, and maybe bid that portion first. And if it's feasible, get that done before the winter hits. And then whatever balance there is, we could bid the second part of that in the coming year, assuming that they're not, they're in better shape is probably not the right way to describe it, since they're all pretty bad. But if there's an area that you say, we gotta get this portion of the building watertight, come hell or high water, excuse me, but maybe that's the approach.
I have seen some parts of that building that leak more than others, and the evidence is on the inside, come through the Silatex and all of that, and dripping on students' desks and those things. So there are parts of that roof that leak worse than others, and I think Sherry's nodding her head. She's seen it as well. We have more buckets in some areas than we do others. Don't we,
Yeah, I think it's in
Sherry?
the city part that has all the white and everything from when I was talking to the maintenance guy as well. And luckily that's, it's kind of separated, right? There's a lot of different roof systems. So the two roofs on the end are actually higher. So, we could complete that whole one section and it not be like, oh, we got to tie in midway through a roof. We could complete that whole section and be able to tie in to the other ones.
Well, part of my frustration is we first met about this roof 6 years ago. If the commissioners remember that meeting, Jerry and Todd, we met 6 years ago to talk about this roof, and we still don't have a solution to this roof. So I would like for this to proceed as quickly as we can get something done safely. And I know it's a disruption for children. I know that, but so is getting water dripped on your materials as well. So, and having to move buckets and dodge buckets and just all the stuff they've been through for the last several years. It's time.
And maybe going to the night schedule where demo come in, that might be the feasible option for that.
And I'm just curious, that's 2 months before you could actually get all the paperwork done and everything.
Correct.
What takes so long to get that paperwork done?
It's about the design.
The design, DPI and everything, because you said it could be done by August 29th.
Right, yes, when we get in there, we got a design for every section of the.
So
roof,
it could be faster than that.
We can try, but we still have to meet all the codes, regulations, make sure we're designing, and then we have to run it through DPI. They'll probably have some review comments from me from when I work with them. Then we have to address those. Do they want us to resubmit or not? So we can push as fast as we can, but we want to make sure that we're providing everything that possible in that in those drawings and those construction documents to meet everybody's needs. And we don't want to rush something and then, change orders and stuff like that happen. So we want to make sure that we design it, we get everything that we need, we get all the comments and everything that y'all want in there, and so that it runs smoothly, because we don't want any delays within that. And it is a large roofing system.
And so once the paperwork's done in August, you couldn't start on it till December, correct?
No.
No, we have to go to a bid, so you have to do a bidding process, so once we got the documents back, then we would go to bid. I think y'all require 21 days for MWBE requirements, so we usually say a month, to get everybody's schedule worked out. So by the end of August, by the end of August 29, we got a month to bid. We opened the bids October, so now.
We're in the cold weather, so there's.
Correct.
And rainy weather.
Yeah, they can't do it any faster because of the rules.
Right. And then you have to mow.
We waited a year and a half for DPI's person that was supposed to come, and then they canceled out. And I was told by him that we didn't have to go that route, but we did. And we spent a year and a half waiting on him, and then all of a sudden he can't do the roof. So more delays is not in my book right now. I want it done. I'm sorry. Whatever concessions we make, I would love for it to be pushed through, at least to get that main part of that building more rainproof, more winterproof, whatever that takes. And I understand your whatever, but we've had delay after delay. It's time to stop the delay.
Understandable. And I could come up here, meet with the maintenance guy that I walk with, and we can map out those areas and see, all right, it is definitely this section. This is the section that is the worst, to get that, so we can potentially get that roof section done. And then we can hit the other ones, because once we design the whole thing to put off to say, hey, this is an alternate, do that, we've already designed and built the whole entire construction documents and estimates, just to say, hey, look, we're gonna do this section, and then, hey, in January, February, look out for this one, because it's coming as well for the next portions to get those dried in. So we'll already have everything designed and ready to go. It just might be like, this is what's in scope now, this is future coming.
What's the lifespan of this temporary roof system? How long will that last?
Oh, the temporary roof. It's gonna get covered, so, I mean, we've had it 60 days, I mean, because they're gonna do it done, they're gonna remove it, lay it, and get everything done, and then they're gonna start installing the new roof system after that. And it'll probably be shorter if we do the middle section.
I just wondered if it held up long enough to get through the cold weather. You could put it down and keep the roof.
It'll hold up, but the issue here is you'll have the R value, so it'll be cold.
Yeah.
But it's already doesn't have an R value. Okay, so I don't know that we're anywhere off. There's no R value there.
Don't throw anything in, I appreciate it.
I'm not prompted.
Yeah, or the expedite this. When I say mobile classroom, get kids out of that while they do that, what kind of expense is that? Is that feasible? I don't know this answer.
So I don't have the actual expense for mobile classrooms, but that's a lot of mobile classrooms.
Well, it's a section at a time.
Potentially, but it depends on, I don't know where you would put it unless it's on the field. And then, and mobile classrooms do come with, you can get them with restrooms and things like that. So you're probably talking about a pod, at least $250,000 for a pod of, 4 classes, something like that. So I don't know how many we would need. We'd have to look into that. I mean, it will compound the cost.
To get out of your salary.
Yeah.
Would you all be willing to help us with that cost?
I'm just me.
Talking to the 5 of you, if we can get these kids, I don't know that that's.
I don't even know if it's an option. We'd have to
I
have
don't-
somebody to come tell us where they can put it.
Yeah. I know how expensive it was to do a portable health care facility. That was a little bit high, but they do have units. I'm pretty sure that that are acceptable classroom units that have been moved in out for other construction projects. I've seen that in other places where they move kids in. And as a matter of fact, I was at one year. That was my classroom, was the mobile unit.
Look at good weather, you do this in 3 months from start to finish,
At least,
at least.
I just read some quick math. We usually allow for 10 squares production. On average. Some days it will be 15, some days it will be 5, just depending. But it's not just the roofing, but all the sheet metal that goes around it as well. That's another couple of weeks. And then typically contractors work Monday through Friday and weekends for makeup. So we don't include those, or we do include the construction time. But we factor weekends into the production.
Which system did Appalachian use?
They use PVC.
So I'm assuming that does not include the whole design and bid process, right? You're talking about just construction. Yeah. So 4 months for the design and bid process with DPI. Is that what you're saying? June, July, August,
June,
July and bid.
End of August.
End of August.
We turn it over, make sure we button everything up.
And then bid is a month, so that's 4 months
Yeah.
before you can start, and then another 3 months on top of that. So you're talking about a 7-month project. Okay.
And you're out of 45 days.
Except that after 4 months, they can't work until the weather.
Correct, correct. So we're talking a year.
The bidding process, we sort of in June.
Is that for the whole roof or just the section we were discussing earlier?
If we're talking about just a section of roofing, the way we're almost, if we do that, we're basically having 2 projects.
Right.
One we would bid out to a contractor and figure out where it makes sense to draw the line based on the worst leaking area. If we can delineate that, as well as where does it make sense to end one. And the disadvantage there is that you could potentially bid this out and have 2 contractors on the school. What that means from a warranty standpoint is somewhere in there, the work of those 2 tie together. And there, something happens right there. You have one of these things happen.
Nobody's going to agree to cover anything.
Well,
Now, the northeast corner of the building, that's part of it's going to be re-roofed. As we were looking at it over to the right, over the front.
I need a picture up there. Can you get the whole roof up there?
And show.
are you, where the old shop was, Terry?
On the L shape,
This one?
that. There's no classrooms under that, is there?
Yeah, there is now.
There is now?
The band room, the EC classrooms are there. Art room. The art room is the biggest
EC
space.
classes, yeah.
The art room and the
CTE, there's some CTE classes down there, so yeah, we've got all kinds of classes.
But those are,
That was bricklaying when I was there.
Was it?
yeah, when I looked, that had less leakage than the center of the building because there's a different tie in there from that end.
If I can ask a question here, my understanding is even if you just divide this into 2 different parts, we still can't start until October, which I don't see a sense in splitting it when we can't get any part of the project working until spring because weather is going to hinder us and the timing is going to hinder us. So we're stuck. Why split it when you can get the whole thing done in 3 months next spring? And you can't start till next spring anyway,
And you can get the bidding done when people are hungry.
when you can save money.
Yes, sir.
When the contractor bid the whole process, but divided into sections, part to be done now and part to be done later, that way we could use the same contractor.
The way we're looking at it right now is if we're splitting it up, the reason to do that is to expedite design for one, so that we can address the worst leak scenario.
Is that a possibility?
I don't think so, because if we were in a position where the documents are ready, they would just bid the whole thing and not part of it. Does that make
I'm
sense?
saying bid the whole thing, but divide it up and not do it all at the same time.
So you're saying do the middle one, make the middle one and then do the
Go
other one
back
in
and do
March
the
and
other part,
April.
the same
See if they'll
contract.
hold their bid.
But that's saying that we're designed completely, right? And the reason I was splitting it up was so that we could push. We have less details to put together and put that out first. So that means that we're holding back a portion that presumably isn't as in bad condition, comparatively speaking, so that the design of a portion can be moved out in front of it. So that means only one part of the design will be complete for bidding purposes.
Hurrying up and doing half the job now on your part, put that part out for bid. And then, yeah,
Well, that's kind of the issue we're running into is it takes time to do the whole thing,
right.
just because you have so many different conditions.
So when could you have it ready for bid if you just do that worst center part?
I don't know what the worst center part is right now.
It's that
It's
in red,
red
the big
and-
part there. Yeah.
The red part right
Yeah,
there.
yeah, that's in that center part right there, that's just, I mean, that's where. I think that would be us coming to meet with the maintenance guy, walking it, pinpointing it, and then, you know, saying, hey, yes, it is within this whole red section right here, that is the worst. And then, you know, we can figure out a remedial for the.
Yeah, and I'll say even expediting, it's not like, we're having the time. Because there's a, lack of a better, term, there's a mobilization of getting stuff together. So I would say, if we broke that out, there's less details to do. And, we'll probably say, I don't know, 2 weeks. Because you still have quite a bit of details. Is that if you look at that, Stuart, how many different deck conditions do you have?
And just this section,
Yeah, the section they're saying, the middle section,
I think just two,
just 2 deck conditions?
Yes.
Okay.
but that was
We'll probably
not,
save a couple of weeks, 2 weeks, I would say.
I don't think that's. enough.
Over the whole project, just 2 weeks.
Over the section.
Just that
Before
many.
the cold
What
weather.
does that do to the cost?
Well, okay, so it does increase the cost. If you break it up, right, you potentially will have 2 contractors. That means that one contractor is setting up, he's done with this work, and he leaves. As opposed to just one done.
And then that
So
messes
there is
up the
that
warranty.
portion.
That's it. That would be a huge concern as an operator, I would say, kind of hold a contractor to their warranty when you have 2 people in the job. It'd be extremely difficult.
one thing is each other, yeah,
Um,
especially at the tie-in.
Mr. Bowden, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I think we're all in agreement, everybody in this room, we need it done. You know, that's not I think we're all in agreement on that. It's just, people need to understand that there are processes that you all have to go through that we're hitting here, on that. I don't know. I don't see that it's going to bias anything to try and bid it 2 different ways. And I don't like the 2 different companies coming in on that, because you're going to have one say, well, that was their problem. They did that. We didn't do it. And then you're going to be back in the same boat we've probably been in with this roof in boards prior, on there. So, I mean, I hate it, but there's certain things, you've got to have certain conditions, certain weather, and we've got to get all the red tape done with DPI to get it done. So it's, I don't know. We can
ask why
advocate for that.
We
to
were
speed
supposed
up.
to meet with you guys in April and it's June. What was the delay there?
Don't know, I don't recall
We had a timeline there and we were supposed to meet and do this stuff in April. And here it is, we're just now meeting in June. I was just curious as to what happened in that timeline.
I think there was some.
I don't remember that.
Time in the contracts.
The bidding process.
And then we revised on the construction estimate, or construction schedule on that.
So we took it to you in the middle of March, the 4 companies that we interviewed for the process. That was on March 19th. And then when we selected Terracon, we had to, well, they have to, all the contracts have to go through attorneys on both sides. And so that takes time. They also had to come out and do materials testing and test the roof once they knew we had the contract in place. Then they had to come out and test it. We had a full week of rain in there that delayed it. And so here we are at the end of May, and so we met with them on, Jody and I met, with Vu and Stu on, what, Friday?
It was.
The 23rd, yeah, Friday the 23rd, right before Memorial Day. And so rather than having another meeting last week, we're having the meeting today so that we can have all of the information together because they finished their testing on Friday. And so they needed last week to put the rest of it together, so.
When we accepted the contract or give approval for that, you
But-
hadn't even done testing to see if we had any investment.
No, they couldn't do any of that until after the contract was approved,
Yeah.
and that was later.
What do we do? Are we ready for a motion to proceed or can we?
Well, do you all have recommendations on your end? Because
Well,
we're looking at occupying the building for what? 3 more years possibly? With the new middle school being built, and then that goes to you all to make what the county would want to do with the building. I think that is a different price than what we've looked at in the past with what estimates was given.
So we're gonna have to have bids, large number. So.
Lower than high to high. You pay high, you pay high.
We don't have the funds to pay half. No, we actually don't.
Yeah.
Amanda, do you have it's coming from that public school renovation funds?
It's probably.
What was those estimates, you know, on some of them, why? Yeah, what was the estimate on that?
Yeah, $25 to $35 per square foot, so between 1.53 and 2.14.
2.14 for 60 mil.
1.53 and 2.1.
1.4.
Adam, can we share that presentation? I know we got it. Did you all?
I shared it with Adam.
Can you share it?
You have a PDF in your email.
This person,
Uh-huh. Not very long, 15.5.
I'll be honest with you, I don't see this from a monetary standpoint, from a practical standpoint, I don't see any way that we can better than halfway do it and get it done before the 45-degree weather sets in. So if it's a known fact that you can get much better prices if you bid it in the middle of the winter, that doesn't rush you guys. You can get your work done. Bid it in the middle of the winter and get on it on May 1st.
At the top of your inbox.
I think the timeline is what it is.
It is.
It is.
Do you agree?
I agree that it's better to do it all at one time. It's gonna be cheaper. We can't afford the extra cost. And keep in mind, I've had 45 to 40 degree, 39-degree temperatures this last month, all of May. At my house, we've been at 39 to 45 degrees
But that's
most mornings.
abnormal.
So it's abnormal. I'm hoping we don't have that next year. But it is what we like living here, but we're gonna have to contend with the weather, and that means we don't have many choices.
Just like easy, it dries so fast, it won't matter what happens in the nighttime. It's hard to temperature falling, is that correct?
It's the storage of the material as well as the surface condition.
Can you store the material? Certain
Yeah, there's a temperature range and the material will go bad under freezing conditions. But like I said, they could put in like a heated container.
There's a shipping container out there with a heater in it.
Right.
Yeah.
But.
Which is
that-
more cost.
But the substrate surface also has to be application temperature range. So if you've got 15 degrees, 20 degrees, 25, 30 degrees, they still have to wait for that substrate to not be freezing.
So we're not gonna have that in May.
Right, he was asking
Maybe.
about.
Maybe we did this year. We had really cold temperatures this
We
year.
didn't have
maybe.
15 degrees.
No, not 15.
Yeah,
We've had cold
We had
conditions.
38, 39, a couple more.
Yeah.
That was.
Got it.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we each go back to our respective groups and talk about this and what y'all can do and what we can do and then come to a consensus if we can. Mr. Chairman?
Okay. So I've got a motion on that floor. I'm writing it as you said it.
Thank you.
So do I have a second to Ms. Eldridge's
Second.
motion? Got a second? Any other questions or comments?
Okay, I'd like to ask a question of the commissioners. You're planning to keep this building in use once we leave it for the new middle school, are you? You're gonna use it for,
If there's anything left.
well, if you put this much into a roof, I would certainly hope there'd be something left. Has anybody looked at the structure of the building? Does it have a wooden structure that holds the brick up or iron structure? What if the structure of the building's no
It's
good?
concrete.
It's all concrete? But I mean, you're gonna keep it and give it to Parks and Recreation, I heard, I don't know.
We gotta guarantee anybody that we're gonna give it to. We're probably gonna use it.
You're gonna use it yourselves, okay, so you have an investment in the roof as well as we do. We're gonna use it for 3 years and you're gonna get the other 27. So,
Right now,
So
Y'all
that
have to
means
give
we-
it to us as well.
pardon?
Y'all have to give it, school board has to grant
Well, I
that to
Yeah,
you.
you don't have to
But
get.
that won't be a
But
problem.
We will give it to you.
Pointing out the obvious.
We will be delighted to move into a new building and hand you over the building.
I'm gonna be glad to
We
get
will
rid
be,
of it.
we'll be glad to do that.
But I'm just saying, we're gonna get 3 years and you're gonna get 27. But I mean,
You're all taxpayers.
I'm for doing it on their timeline and I'm for doing it right with the best materials at the right time of the year, so it comes out fixed. I believe in doing everything right and get what you pay for.
and that's the cheapest way to do it.
And it's the cheapest way to do it. Don't patch it, don't piece it, and I'll come help you move buckets.
And
If I have to use my.
it seems to me that the thing we need to do now is find at least $500,000 that we're short, because you've committed 500,000, we have 500,000, but where's the rest of the money gonna come from? I think that's the next thing we need to be doing.
The people who are going to use it 27 years.
It's the tax people that will be paying it.
You have to look how much damage you've already done to it in the last.
Hey.
Oh, Jerry.
That building's, that building's been there since 1960.
Close it out.
And it's never had any roofing put on it but patch it.
The fall of 65.
And they-
It's all
That
on
is
it.
the board's fault.
But think how old that building is and how long it's lasted. It's still in pretty good shape.
Still
It's got-
pretty good building. That's why we want it.
I know.
Give us a discount for entertainment.
I make a recommendation that we close.
Well, I've got a motion and a second
Okay.
for us to go back to ours and basically figure some more out. On there.
We just need a price.
I have
Oh,
a
yeah,
question too.
Mhm.
This has to be in open meetings, correct? Any discussions that we have.
When you need an
Answer.
answer.
And that's our, what's the.
Which
To
option?
get the paperwork done by August, end of August.
Well, you gotta-
What is your timeline to have a
So
decision?
they have to design it, so they need to know what kind of roof that they are working toward designing.
Well, we're meeting every day this week, so we can hash this out a little bit.
If we can continue to design with that, I mean, we can continue all that, I mean, it'll just be putting two high PVC, whichever one it is, we can continue.
Let me ask you
Oh,
this.
well, we wait so long, do they have to wait?
This was your building, which roof? Or person?
I'm biased.
Hey,
That's what I'm asking.
thanks for.
Where you're paying taxes.
Don't say a word. Would you put 60 mil PVC?
In comparison with two palm line?
Yeah.
Or just 60 mil, I've designed 60 mil PVC, I've
But I
designed
mean-
two palm line.
If this were your building, would you put the double coated roof or would you put the 60 mil PVC?
Or the 80 mil, because that's the third
I mean,
option.
the 80 mil, yeah, I'm sorry. The better one, the 30 year.
And you're the one paying for
That changes a lot.
That's what you would do.
Yeah.
Your smile tells everything.
But you don't actually take leaks.
Yeah, which one doesn't leave?
I'm old, I have an answer.
I'm old school.
You asked for specific.
I'm a two-ply mod guy. I'm old school, so I'm a two-ply mod.
And you're,
I would put down the 60 million.
that's a 30-year.
20.
That's 20. Now, I can see what we can do to get 30 years sometimes. Sometimes it's a matter of being cover board. But at the very least, you'll get a 20, 60.
What did ASU use? What did ASU choose?
They use 60 mil PVC.
60.
Yep. With design for roofs and 60 million PVC, had no problem.
Building back up there.
We put it on, Valvoline Theater, Garwood Hall, which was, it was something else, like Cap Science Building.
Some of the newer buildings they build up there.
Yeah, the end zone, the new end zone. Kerr Scott has it. Down, yeah, all of the high rises, the residential high rise has them. Down Lovell was one. Dowdy, oh, you said Dowdy, right?
Yep.
Lovell, Dowdy, and, what was the one with the mechanical? What was that, the mechanical, project? Home.
Is there a company you would recommend as far as the building company?
Yes,
What company would you recommend?
I have several. You want to hear them?
We're gonna have to get bids.
I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, I don't know if
Just curious.
I don't know if that's legal for him to say.
Yeah, I agree. That's.
We're live.
But it's live.
We're live on there.
So I know our Board of Commissioners have another meeting to get to. We have another meeting to conduct.
Y'all can pre-qualify, contractors, so you can have them send in pre-qualifications and pre-qual, and y'all pick from those.
So we've got a motion and a second on the floor. I think we've got discussion out of the way. Everybody fine with moving forward? Raise your hand. So I think we're in this. So I don't know where that's at, but we're,
Oh, but
Yeah.
like I
all right. Yeah. We started at 4 o'clock for some talks about the middle school roof. And so we've already opened in open session once, in closed session, personnel purposes, and now we're back in open session for this board meeting. Thank you all for being here. We've got a full house. I may take my coat off if it gets too hot in here. So, yeah, on there. So I'm going to turn it over with this meeting to Dr. Cox to get us onto our agenda for comments from the superintendent.
So first of all, thank you. There are a lot of people here and I'm so excited to see so many students because this is why we do what we do. So we're going to start today by sharing some of the success in the schools, which honors students and teachers. And I'm going to try to do some introductions without some tears because I've shed it, whether some of you kids know it, your successes make us happy. So we, earlier this morning, golly, I think I shed a few tears talking about some of your successes and how much we're very proud of you and what you've done over the years, and especially what you've done this year. But we'll get to some of that here in a minute. So lots of good things. First of all, when we're talking about success in the schools, we're talking about a collective effort of everyone. And I was recently at a Northwest RESA meeting and was excited that 3 of our students had entered the Northwest RESA logo design contest. And all 3 of those students were honored by the Northwest RESA. Their designs were so good, along with a couple of students from a different county. They were so excited about the work that these students did that they decided that they were going to incorporate each of the designs into one logo. So I suggested that they bring these students back into a panel and give some feedback on what that final design really looked like. And so if you haven't heard from the Northwest RESA, you will be soon, but I have a couple of things to share. So not only do these students earn a certificate and this recognition and potential collaboration with some artists on this design, they also receive some gift cards, which I'm sure you guys will love. And so one of these students, you guys are really familiar with because we've had her here a couple of times. Addison Dollar, will you come on up for us? In addition to your certificate, you're getting a $25 Amazon gift card, which everybody loves. There you go. Down. Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations. Now I'm going to not pronounce your first name right, but Eris Lewis. Okay, because my first name is Isa. So everybody butchers that first name. Your certificate and your $25 Amazon gift card. Thank you. Congratulations. And there were 14 counties of students that entered, and we had 3 selected, and they, like I said, they just couldn't decide on who they would do. And then Adeline Armentrout. And if you stand over here and then you can shake the board's hand. Okay. Wow. So we're so very proud of all of our students' accomplishments, and I love when they can showcase their passions and their talents behind the scene. And sometimes they're not even things that we're well aware of. And so congratulations to you all. That's quite the honor. So also, we had a couple of work conflicts tonight with some students, but I will make sure that they actually get their certificates. But Carson Pruitt contacted me. He's been our student representative, and he is excited of what will happen next year, because on May, was it 13th? Whatever day that I met with all the students in mid-May, they were able to give some great feedback on the type of input they'd like to have at their school and at the district. And I think they have provided some good advice that we'll share at the next meeting. But Sarah McClure, who I don't think Sarah could be here today, and Carson Pruitt, who also had a work conflict, they will receive certificates. And then Addison Dollar, not only has she been on our a representative this year when Sarah could not make it. Addison will also be, because she is student body president. She's student body president at the early college next year, so she will be the representative in the fall. So thank you very much. I wanted to recognize you for your participation. I think that at the last meeting, Dustin Farmer was able to be with us, but I want Dustin to please stand. Come on up here, Dustin. We did announce Mr. Farmer as being the Ashe County Schools Principal of the Year, but he wasn't here for us all to stand and recognize. So this is your time for applause, but I do want to say thank you, Dustin. We'll have his special dinner later on. You didn't have to speak. He got off easy on this one. Charles Johnson. I don't think that we announced him last time with the EC Teacher of the Year. Is he here today? I don't think so. But congratulations to Charles Johnson on receiving that award. And then I know Stefan Kuntz is not going to be here today. However, we've recognized him for several things, but this time he has been announced. First of all, he's a history and English teacher at our early college, and plays a mean guitar and does lots of digital media. Is he here?
No, I said NCT.
NCT, yeah, digital media, all things, like he'll get a certification in anything. So he's really, really talented. Our kids love him, but he has been named the Gear Up Ashe County Innovator of the Year. And that's a really special honor. He will interview for the regional award this month. They will select one, and he and other county honorees will be recognized at a luncheon at the Gear Up conference. So that's, what is that? Now or in July? It's coming up soon.
The interviews are next
week.
Yeah, next week.
Okay, that's what I thought. So anyway, congratulations to Stefan, and we wish him the very best in the regional competition. All right, golly, there's so many. I have pages of good things to share with you all, but I know that you don't want to be here forever, but we have lots of people to recognize. One of the things that we have a benefit of is having Appalachian State University close to us. And so they write grants, they usually include us, they provide special professional development, and they include us. We do a lot of things in conjunction with Appalachian State University, and one of them also includes some local support here for teachers getting their national boards. And you may have seen recently that for the 9th year in a row, Appalachian State University has been the #1 university in the country for graduates who have become nationally board certified. How many of you in here are nationally board certified? Quite a few, including 3 on our board. So I want to recognize our newest National Board Certified teachers, Lindsay Hagel from Westwood Elementary School, literacy specialist. Jill Baldwin, Mountain View Elementary School Literacy Specialist, and Luke Eggers, Ashe County Middle School Project Lead the Way, or CTE teacher, whatever you want to, who teaches the Project Lead the Way classes, for their hard work and dedication. As you all know, that is a feat to receive your national board certification. There's a lot of writing, a lot of reading, a lot of reflecting, and we have Casey, who's been really helpful in helping our teachers to get their national board certification in conjunction with Appalachian State University. Diane, I know, reads a lot of the entries, the different sections every single year to help teachers to get through that process. It is very rigorous. So we are so proud of those 3 teachers. Are any of them here? We'll make sure that they get their certificates, Casey. But we're very, very proud of them. And they were honored at a luncheon at Appalachian State University on May 29th. Oh, speaking of graduates, BJ Lewis, Ashe County High School science teacher, received his master's degree from East Carolina University. So congratulations to BJ. And Jennifer Crisco earned her doctorate from NC State University. And I think she'll be awarded the doctorate officially in August, something like that. But she defended, and that was really exciting to see. It comes at the end. All right, don't want to get it out of order. Oh, wait, we do have Luke Eggers here.
But it's,
You call that.
That was not Luke. I'm sorry.
Mr. Armentrout.
Well, there's Mr. Armentrout. Yes, it was. See, no, it was Mr. Armentrout. It was his daughter, and I knew that. That was embarrassing. I think that's not the first time I've mixed these two up. Out of context. I was so excited to have a teacher here to honor, and I haven't gotten to do that yet. So some of the other things that we got to honor, first of all, Teacher Appreciation Week. We have a lot of community partners that truly honor our teachers, and I want to say thank you especially to the Farm Bureau, who brought Chick-fil-A to every one of our sites. I couldn't begin to name all of the churches and businesses that brought things to each of our schools to support our teachers and all of our staff. Thank you to the Ashe County community, or thank you all for your support of our teachers. I know that our principals could probably stand here and rattle off 100 names each of people that have supported their teachers in their schools, but I do want to say thank you for supporting us during Teacher Appreciation Week, because it was truly appreciation for all of our staffs. Our beginning teachers who were in their first, second, or third year enjoyed a dinner about 2 weeks ago. And so our board was there to be able to celebrate with them. So thank you for attending. Dr. Susan Moken did a great job of putting that together. Our Appalachian State University partners were there to honor those teachers. And it was really a special time to honor their hard work. We believe in investing in our teachers and really want to make sure that we take care of them. Being a teacher is hard. And those first couple of years, they're navigating a lot of different things. And then we had this year. And this year was especially difficult being new. So I just want to thank our beginning teachers, and hopefully we'll continue to find new ways to honor them. But we're really proud that 26 of the 32 beginning teachers attended the dinner. But even better, we received the feedback, and we'll bring it to another meeting to share. But there was outstanding feedback from our beginning teachers on the investment we have with Appalachian State University to support them. And so we'll be sharing that at a different meeting. The cafeteria team at Mountain View Elementary School, 100% on their sanitation rating. That's quite the rating. And so, Tammy, thank you for being there, faithful leader. So thank you to the crew at Mountain View Elementary School for the detail that you put in, the special care of feeding our kids. We're really proud of that. Heart of the Husky, Amy Walker has championed that event for a long time. But this is the 10th year of Heart of the Husky. A lot of special things were added. I know that Ms. Walker probably has a lot she could share about this, but we had almost 500 students to receive free physicals and EKGs so that they can ensure that there aren't any additional issues that they might see if they participate in competitive athletics. And it seems like every year we have a couple of students that are flagged to be seen further. And we had a pediatric cardiologist on site to read those EKGs. But we're just thankful to our community who joined in support of this event for the 10th year in a row. It was outstanding. They added a mental health component, which was very well received as well. And we'll be bringing more of that information to the meeting. Which one, in August or later this one? You're ready tonight?
We can do it July, either way, or July.
Well, then you can come on right up right now and give it. Yep. Have it on there. I just wasn't sure what the.
All right, so May 16th this year was our Heart of the Husky event, and for the second year in a row, we've tried a new format. And the format is, instead of a 2-day event, we have held a 1-day event starting at 2:00. Thank you to Mr. Farmer and his staff at Ashe County High School, because we move in there about 12:00 on Friday and take over about the whole first floor. And it's worked really well. It's worked much better for our physicians and us too. I will say this year got started off a little rocky. It worried me. We didn't have the registrations that we normally had. The software was not working, which is Dragonfly for the state. I think what happens is we're ahead of it. Most people are thinking, hey, we've got to July, we've got to early August to get this program ready to run, but here we need it in May or, to go ahead and have everybody registered. But even though it started off rocky, I would have to say it was probably one of our smoothest events we've had in 10 years. When you came right down to it, the event just went off flawlessly. As Dr. Cox said, we had over 500 registered. Usually we have a large number registered, but then Friday afternoon comes or Saturday comes and people are like, shoot, I really don't want to get up and go do that today. So a lot of times we have several no-shows. We did not. I think we might have had 14. Was it more than that, Jamie?
That's close.
Okay, yeah, 14, 15 no-shows, something like that, which was really, really good. And Heart of Husky's growing. I think I made the comment a little while ago is that we can't stay the same programs that we do or we're going to deteriorate. We have to continue to grow. And so every year we look to see what we can do better and how we can get better. And this year, we moved to the gymnasium with our check-in area, and we brought a lot of new faces and people with us in that area. A lot of new opportunities to educate our parents and our students on conditions and things that to help them grow. Heather Casey from Blue Cross Blue Shield. We've known for a long time energy drinks are dangerous. So she volunteered to come and talk with parents and kids about energy drinks and the dangers of the way they spike your heart rate and your blood pressure. The Ashe Mental Health Forum was there with us. We did a CPR training for those who were there. App Help was there, Youth Villages, our own Tammy Woods was there with child nutrition. The CDC, Child Trends with CDC, and AmeriHealth. So we had a pretty good representation there in the gymnasium. Parents are sitting there waiting. We might as well be educating them. We might as well be talking to them about these things. I guess it's probably about 5 years ago, we started flagging kids in triage that we were asking 3 questions. And if they answered yes to one of those 3 questions, we flagged it on their paperwork so that the doctor could talk to them about their mental health and the physician that was seeing them. Elizabeth and Jamie have taken this even further, and Elizabeth is gonna talk about this tonight, but I'm really proud of these ladies and what they're doing with mental health. That night, Elizabeth, there was a bunch of kids, 45. She talked to 45 kids that night, and that's pretty amazing. I appreciate that, and I'm so thankful for them. I know that they're following up with parents and working to screen those kids even further from those conversations. We had a lot of provider participation. Heather from Elevation Health, Katie from Fleetwood Medicine, volunteers from Seven Peaks, which is one of our new organizations, from AMH, Dr. Wanzik, Bradley, Rhodey, the PT department, CB Jones, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Bundy, Melissa Lewis, Jim Blanco, as well as a slew of volunteers they brought with them to pull this event off. From our health department, Terry Clark, Emily Mosley, D&E, Becky Frost, and we had two fantastic cardiologists. One of the cardiologists has been with us probably about 5 years now from Novant. The other one kind of usually that one position's not as the same as fluid. It's not the same person, but they're so good with our kids, and they like this program. They also bring an echo technician. So we had several. Anything that gets flagged, they go ahead and get an echo on them to take a look and see if there's anything else that they need to look at. Tremendous support from Blue Ridge Energy, from Tasha Roundtree and from April Blevins. They supply our pipe and drape, our athletic bags, our shirts, our supper. Just the support that they give us is fantastic, as well as Ash Memorial Hospital, Ash Medics doing all of our EKGs. I don't know of another community that's as blessed as we are to have the support we have. It's a tremendous community effort to make it happen, and very proud of it.
I don't know how many folks are doing it, but I do know that Watauga County, I don't know how long they've done it. They did Heart of the Pioneer last Friday, and that is the reflection on you, Amy, and what you started here.
So now we have Heart of a Trojan, an Allegheny, Heart of a Pioneer, and Heart of a Caldwell. Somebody help me. And maybe High Brighton, yeah. So I think there's either 4 or 5 that have grown out of our Heart of the Husky.
That's something to be proud of.
That's fantastic. We gotta get Wilkes on board. So if anybody knows anybody in Wilkes County, we gotta get Wilkes County on board.
So thank you, Amy, for sharing that. I just think it's so important to highlight the people in our community who do good things for kids. And we're going to hear more about some new things that we have for mental health services after we share some more successes. But one of them I do want to share, and this is new. We've been working and had a great partnership with App Health through our Top Dog Clinic for some time. And this fall, starting August 11th, we will have 2 additional mental health clinicians to serve the students here in Ashe County Schools. So while they'll be based out of and partnered through our Top Dog Clinic, it's one of the reasons because of the success of the Top Dog Clinic that that the health department was able to access grant funding to be able to put these people in place. But they'll be able to serve wherever they're needed in Ashe County. So our elementary schools that are seeing an increase in or have seen an increase over the years in student mental health. Our middle school currently has a clinician. Of course, we have a fantastic ASK program at the high school, but those 2 new people will be able to serve. And of course, JP is the one who you'll hear from in a few minutes, but Dr. Jameson is the supervisor of the ASK Center and one who will be able to share more information on that as well. But I want to say a special thank you to Jen Green and Kelly Welsh, Cassie Adler, and the whole health app department team for their continued partnership. We've had a great relationship and we want to make sure that continues, but thank you because we do have a community that cares. So before we get into our students and then of course our app health, I do want to say that tomorrow night, just a reminder, tomorrow night is our student best of the best dinner at 5:30 p.m. at Timber Rivers. We will highlight and honor the top 10 kids at the high school, top 5 at the early college, based on their GPA. But boy, when you hear the amazing things that they have been able to accomplish over their years, it's outstanding. And so I will come back and share more of those things. You may have seen them in the news already, but I just can't wait to share all of their successes, hear the scholarships, where they're going to school, but better yet, the ways that they truly value and serve our community. And that's really important, and I think you guys will be truly impressed. Graduation is this week. It's my favorite day of the year, always is my favorite day of the year, and followed by project graduation. Do we still need volunteers for project graduation?
We will take all volunteers. We're doing better with that. We do have some, you know, the 3 to 5 shift is always open. And by 5 o'clock, I don't even know my name, let alone yours, but we'd be welcome for you to come help us clean up Mountain View so they can continue with what they need to do on Monday. So yes, we never turn down volunteers.
Okay, so if you're willing to volunteer, who should they call right now?
Marty McKenzie at the high school is our volunteer coordinator, and she has a form that you can fill out, or you can just call Marty, let me know, and I'll let her know. But we do have some openings there to cover. And I appreciate the faculty at the high school. I think they're stepping up this year to provide some extra coverage for us. And thank you very much for that, because it's a long day. And we do appreciate us being secure, and that supervision is very important this year, or every year, but this year. So thank you very much.
And I just want to say, if someone has not been to project graduation, you need to go check it out. It is truly something impressive and special for our kids. So hopefully some of the seniors that are sitting in here are planning to go to project graduation. And you can see Miss Diane over here just looking at them, see if they can, if you haven't signed up, make sure that you do that.
Well, the sign up is too late, but we contacted every parent, every child to see if they wanted to attend. We harassed some of them.
Okay.
Permission to come, so.
My fault on that one, but I hope everybody signed up. The third annual Pathways to Wellness, talking about Rooted in Resilience is this year's theme. And lots of community partners, but it's going to promote growth and healing and wellness in our community after Hurricane Helene. The great thing is, and I sent a call out yesterday to our high school and early college specifically, but there's a youth component in the afternoon on this one. And so if you're interested in attending, it's Thursday, June 12th. The high school, ages 16 and above, is in the afternoon, right? Starts at what time, Jamie? 12 o'clock.
Monty's for lunch.
And Monty's for lunch.
And
Fantastic.
And yeah, and then it'll be upstairs of Wilkes Community College, Canton Hall.
Fantastic. So Wilkes Community College, Poe Hall, the adult sessions are running separately, but in tandem, and they start at 8 o'clock in the morning. So we're really excited for our third annual Pathways to Wellness. And this is a joint partnership with the schools, Via Health, Wilkes Community College, and I'm missing one. Blue Cross Blue Shield. Yes, thank you. We have a free summer meal program going on, which is also exciting. So for kids and teens 18 and under. So if you can walk and get a meal, you can be fed through our free summer meals program. But if you're under 18 or 18 and under, it kicks off next week. So June 12th, that's the first day of summer school, but we also have that summer meals program, and lunch will be served all summer long. And last summer, we served over 12,000 meals. So that's a lot of meals to serve our community, but our children, again, can be fed. And these will be at our elementary schools on June 12th. What school does it start at? Is it Mountain View? All three.
In June. Then in July, it turns to just Westwood and Blue Ridge.
Westwood and Blue Ridge. Okay, so all three starting on June 12th. Back to School Blast, save the date for August 9th. We're excited. We've got lots of backpacks already filled with supplies and community partners, but we'll be posting more on social media. Speaking of social media, we've been putting a lot of information out on digital media safety for families and for students. And we will continue to do this. Our theme has been empowering parents, protecting students. We're using Common Sense Media for a lot of the information, but hopefully putting things out for families so that we can ensure that we're being diligent with our student safety and their online presence, not only with our device systems behind the scenes, but also in front of the scenes, because that's your digital footprint. That's what people will remember you by later on. So we want to make sure that our children who have access are well informed. And then I want to say a big shout out to our Exceptional Children's Department. They've really worked on the school-based enterprises, launching and expanding in all of our separate setting classrooms. So these are student-run businesses that mimic what goes on in the real world. And so from managing money to taking orders to building communication skills, our students in these separate settings are running their own business and doing very, very well. So the coffee cart at the high school is already up and running. We have the coffee cart at the middle school that's been running for a while. I'm sure there are quite a few others that are in progress and will be up and running soon. But we're really excited for all of our students to have those and build those communication skills. All right. Lots more good things in the assembly. So on the computer, if you want to read about them, we've been putting them on social media. But I do want to welcome two different presentations. One is specifically with the students that we're so very proud of from the Hill. So I'm going to introduce Mr. Brady, and if you want to introduce your students, that would be fantastic. And Mr. Farmer, I don't know whether you're coming up to present any of it as well. Come on up. And then we also have a student from Greer who is going to be sharing as well, and he's brought a fan club. So a lot of his support system. And I do want to say thank you to Martha Lale, who came out of retirement, who's been out of retirement. I don't think she ever left us, but who is a difference maker in lives of children. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to have the most rewarding experience in my 20 years as a teacher. We got the opportunity, thanks to you guys and Dr. Cox, to pilot the Hill, and I feel like we have shown that with a little extra support, students can achieve anything they want. We have our students who didn't have graduation in their mind that are now 5 out of 8 of them attending post-secondary schools. 7 are going to graduate, which was out of the question 6 months ago. One of which I'm waiting on a final exam, and then I will confirm with you that he is going to walk across the stage. If not, that'll be happening this summer. But I'm pretty confident he's going to be able to walk. But like I say, I really appreciate that. My philosophy has always been that you know, our school systems are going through the water, and we can have students go overboard and need support and be struggling and fighting as hard as they can given their life circumstances. We can throw out a life vest, throw out a lifesaver, but we need to dive in after them, pull them up, and give them the support they deserve. So I appreciate you welcoming us, and I appreciate Roman and a lot of our participants being here to support Roman and what one thing that I believe in, Mr. Farmer believes in, and Roman believes in, and Dr. Cox obviously believes in, to give us a chance here. And so, Roman, I appreciate you being here, and you've been a great founding father of our program, and enjoy.
So, I have that presentation and this one. I've got two different ones, so I apologize. But greetings and salutations, members of the board and those of us who have joined us today. I'm here to formally discuss Ashe County High School and School on the Hill program. You see, throughout my time in the Ashe County High School district, I have concluded that I cannot learn the same way as others. To fully grasp the information being presented to me, I must be physically and mentally connected. Usually this is done with projects or presentations, but some people require that type of learning to be consistently stimulated. While I was up on the Hill, one Mr. Brady fostered the idea of this kind of learning, causing all of his students to not only meet their goal of graduating, but they also did it relatively early. Most, if not all of us, were told that we would not be able to graduate with alongside our classmates in 2025. I personally took that as a challenge and saw to it that I did. Despite the short single semester we spent in the School on the Hill program, most of us completed a year's worth of classes in a single semester. This rapid success, the ability to watch yourself improve, to see every little thing that affects your grade and being able to see each victory, no matter how big nor small, it allows you, sorry, I lost myself. Being able to see each victory, no matter how big or small, throughout caused everyone to excel. Don't get me wrong here, though, we did struggle. But where we only had each other, we helped each other through the work. We also had a few amazing student tutors who volunteered their own time to aid us in our journey. Being able to have these close and tight relationships allowed us to flourish under the mentorship of Mr. Brady. I speak for myself when I say that I'm the utmost proud of every single one of the gentlemen I worked with. They pushed through a large amount of work and succeeded in their goals while helping others along the way. I would also like to thank each of the brilliant teachers who came up to further explain their designated subjects. These teachers used what time they probably should have used to plan their next class for the next day to teach us things that we should have learned 2 years ago. But that's neither here nor there.
Hello.
None of us could fully function with a wild and sporadic student body, causing us to fall back on our work and retake classes. Though we were in the hole, deep in the hole, we still scratched and clawed our way back out to the top. These tough times were made easier by the good times we had together as a unit. We'd have short 5-minute breaks every 25 to 30 minutes for our brains and bodies to exert energy by doing various activities such as juggling, card magic tricks, basketball, phone games, football, or anything you really wanted within the realms of the school rules. We had a genuine blast being Mr. Brady's students, and I couldn't name anyone better suited for the job. He has a kind heart and a kind soul. He looks for the best in everyone and always shows it to them, but most of all, he cares about his students and their well-being. Don't get me wrong again here. Other teachers do as well, but Mr. Brady truly wants what's best for his students 24/7, 365. And he wants to see them thrive in success. This program not only helped us graduate on time and a little early, but it also instilled a deep connection between us and allowed us to put our differences aside and focus on our goals at hand. I, for one, being one of the founding fathers, I'm very excited to see where this program goes after us because it shouldn't go to waste. It's a good opportunity for students to redeem themselves and show how much it matters to them to graduate. I cannot speak for my associates, but I will for myself. I can happily say that if any teacher deserving of an award, it is Mr. Brady for his contributions to the students and aiding them in their graduation goals throughout the years I've known him. For the final time, thank you, Matthew, for keeping us fed. Thank you, Colton, for helping us with electronics and math. Remy and Grayson for their contributions to aiding me in the classroom and making the classroom look spiffier. Most importantly, thank you, Mr. Dylan, for his amazing tutoring. I almost forgot about him. And most importantly, thank you, Mr. Brady, for putting up with us and for everything you've done for us. There are no words in any language that could describe the gratitude I have for you. Thank you for your time and attention.
Anything after that?
I'm not gonna try to follow that, but I will commend Mr. Brady and Mr. Beckworth, and Mr. Reisig, and Ms. Miller, and Mr. Cobbard, who all came up on the Hill to work with these students. And I think if you talk to Mr. Beckworth, when he went up there, he was not expecting a whole lot out of these students. No offense, students. But he will tell you now, in fact, he came by on Friday because his wife made him. We did not have him scheduled to work on the Hill next year. Because he's a really good English teacher and kind of need him in the classroom, but he was very disappointed that he was not going to have that opportunity. So we reworked the schedule to put him back on the Hill next year because he felt like it was so worthwhile. And so Mr. Brady's done an amazing job along with Ms. Lale. I can take no credit for this, but I can give a lot of credit to these students and Mr. Brady and Ms. Lale for their efforts. When we were in October, taking you back to October, Dr. Crisco was being as pessimistic as possible. We were looking at about an 85% graduation rate. And so we decided then, we started meeting, we have got to do something. 5 of these 6 students were that were the original gang were not going to graduate with this cohort. No chance. One of them had a chance. And so we met, we put together what we thought needed to happen as a plan. And these kids went up there. We had to, they had to agree to go. Their parents had to agree to the program. And they all agreed to go. They all bought into it. And so we're hoping, because they are going to walk and we're waiting on a few exams, that we're going to be hovering right around 90% graduation rate, which was our goal for this school year. And I commend these young men for that. We're already working on the group for next year. And so we're super excited about that and appreciate your support with this program. And all these kids, all 6 of them gave a graduation. That's kind of what you saw up there. It wasn't what Roman talked about last night. They gave a graduation presentation. A couple of them cried through it because they really thought that this dream was not real. And thanks to their hard work and dedication, it's a possibility. So it's not only a possibility, it's going to happen. So what kind of questions might you have tonight? Any?
Might I say one thing? Stand up, Roman. I'm a former English teacher, and I want to say I was very impressed by your writing. So you have not wasted your time. You've learned to write. That is an accomplishment.
And I'm sitting here thinking about project graduation, and there is a way for you to attend, maybe not win prizes, but there is a way. So if there's anybody from the Hill, Mr. Brady, that hadn't signed a permission form, and I think we coerced everybody, but if there's somebody there that didn't, have them come see me, and there's a way that they can earn a way to attend this year.
Well, I hope all of you learned to write that well. Did you? No. I hope all your cohorts learned to write that well. But they've all learned to be honest.
I hope Mr. Beckler did give you a huge compliment when you graduated English 4.
That's good. That's good. And that's a hard compliment to receive.
Oh, yeah,
It's tough.
Mr. Farmer,
Yes.
who do we have besides Roman that just spoke to us that's went up on the hill that's with?
Colton Taylor's here. Raise your hand, Colton. I don't think anybody else made it. And I did have their notebooks out in my vehicle and I meant to bring them in so you can see them. But stop by the high school and you can see what they did. They put together a notebook of their progress. Ms. Lale made sure that along with Dr. Roberts Clausen, that they were tracking their progress, that they were on task and working toward their goal to be done by graduation. And so they were able to achieve that.
Where's the hill located exactly?
On the hill.
On the
So if you come into the high school, it's up where the old soccer field is. It was the agriculture building up there.
Okay.
And so we converted it to the hill. You should have gotten the presentation and been able to see what that environment kind of looks like. And hear from some of the teachers. And there is a testimonial from one of the parents at the very end of that presentation. So,
Well,
yeah.
how many students are on that?
This semester, there were nine
We
total.
ended up with 9. Next semester, we met this afternoon, it'll be 17.
That, not all at one time. So some of our students will be there full time. But what we found to be very helpful is when they can go back and forth and they can still take electives in the building. So welding or arts or music or band or whatever they choose to do, and then they can get their core classes on the field. So.
Mr. Farmer, I'd like to congratulate these students on this. It's such an accomplishment to get done in a short amount of time. And I'd like to give them another round of applause if you don't care.
This is your permission to leave if you'd like. As they run out. Guys, thank you for being here. So those are some of my tears earlier today. So I have lots of certificates to give out to well-deserving teachers who all contribute to the success of children, but these are the grant application winners for our endowment grants. And so we have a certificate for each of them for anyone's here. I know Mr. Koontz is not here, so I will set his aside. And Amber Dillingham. Yay. And hers is to replace the pottery wheel. So we're really excited about that. Congratulations, Amber. You may take pictures. No, I'll give you a group picture. No, group picture's fine because there are a lot of them. It's fine. So we have Savannah Labasi. Can't see everybody here. And Savannah is a band and chorus teacher at our middle school. She's outstanding. If you haven't been in her class, oh my gosh, the energy that exudes from them. Their band program is growing, but she submitted drills, thrills, and bulldog skills, developing marching art skills with Pyro drill design software. So we're hoping that means that the middle school may have a marching band upcoming. We're excited about that. Anyway, Holly Bradley, who I also heard was not going to be here, but Dueling Dulcimers was her project submitted, and she's music teacher at Blue Ridge Elementary School. Angie Douglas, Joe Baldwin, Lisa Sabaha, and Amanda Smith, come on up. And their project is Next Chapter, Expanding and Empowering Our Readers. So we are excited about what they're going to be able to do. Amanda Smith. Amanda's project was alongside a bunch of, no, she was the same one, Amanda Smith, right? She was with me. So Joe Baldwin also had the Sound of Soaring, an elementary podcast. And so this was, bless you, there were several in this one: Joe Baldwin, Crystal Krause, Colleen Dixon, Angie Douglas, Cynthia Harless, Michelle Keith, Jordan Nemeth, Preston Roberts, Lisa Sabaha, all from Mountain View, who have this great project. And I'm interested in hearing about this one. So would you like to share? And then I will give you all of these certificates.
So we were really excited to take the idea of a traditional newscast and turn it into a podcast for our students. So they'll be learning skills that they're listening to in their lives and applying it to reading and to math and to creating a community around Mountain View between all of our students and what they're learning. So it's something they can share with each other and we can share out with the community.
All right. If I get all of them.
Next, we had Braxton Gross for Operations Cycle Forward. And he's a teacher at Westwood Elementary School. Thank you, Mr. Grubb. Now, he said I had to come into his classroom soon, so I hope it's when he's using these cycles. I know he is. He's fantastic. Lots of energy. I mean, super amounts of energy. Journey Carter, who has creative crosswalk canvases. And she's okay, so I'm going to say something about Journey. So she is a first grade teacher at Westwood Elementary School. And I was so impressed because I was there, a couple of weeks ago. All of her first graders are published authors this year. And so she went out of her way to make it such a special experience, rolled out the red carpet for all of her students. Their parents came, they had cake, they were signing each other's books. So they had their own little book signing. It was absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Journey, for sharing that with me. Laura Lipford for the power of being vertical. So Laura. Laura is also a teacher at Westwood Elementary. Thank you. Manny Keziah could not be here, but if you've been to Westwood Elementary School, you know that they've got this fantastic book walk outside, but she's going to do another one school, one book. Has she announced the book yet? She has not. Okay, so she is going to do another one school, one book. So they're all going to read the same book again. And this year is what the lemonade stand, which it was so much fun to see, and the projects that the kids came up with. It was fantastic for their Shark Tank event. They were so creative. Lots of great projects. Taylor Ashley for growing a love for learning. And Taylor's a second grade teacher at Westwood Elementary School, so we look forward to seeing what she gets to do. Brittany Perry, there you are, Brittany. So this one is for Brittany Perry, David Levin, Autumn Chamberlain. These are our social workers, and what a blessing they are to our schools. They really do a lot of work behind the scenes, but theirs is Let Us Bloom. Brittany. We're almost through these. Odyssey of the Mind for Molly Dawes Porter. She is our after-school director. And I'll tell you, Molly is just such an out-of-the-box thinker, but really all in for children. So Molly and Mary Job. Is it Job? I knew I was going to mispronounce somebody. I call her Mary. Okay. And they're starting an Odyssey of the Mind, which we are so excited. You already started though. Did you start from?
We're starting this summer. We're gonna be practicing some problems and throughout the summer with our summer camp. And then in the fall, we'll go full speed ahead with especially our middle schoolers and some of our upper elementary school students.
And we're really excited because there are big competitions with Odyssey of the Mind and a lot of student participants in that, really do a lot of mathematical thinking differently. So it's fun to see. Taylor Harkey, and Tanya Denny. Taylor is a social studies teacher and Tanya Denny is our media coordinator at the high school, or either of us here. Their project are Voices Through Time, the Living Democracy Project. So, I want to congratulate all of you. Can we get a picture up here of everybody? Can we get them all in or outside? Okay, guys, thank you. Thank you for taking the time. You don't have to write special grants and go out of your way to do this. And most of you did this on your own time because you care about kids and you wanted to do something innovative in the classroom. So thank you. We appreciate you. That was a marathon, wasn't it? Lots of good things. I get tripped out. Next on the list is our Ask Center, and I know JP has got to go pretty quickly, but I just want to say we appreciate everything that you all do for our students and for looking for that continued partnership. And Elizabeth Dunbar has been with us for a little while, JP for a little longer, and we just appreciate you all. So thank you. Come on up.
Thank you. Hello. It's nice to see you all. I will say I appreciate going into this place. It's now like half the audience is left. And also I was feeling a little nervous until the kiddos got up. And because, you know, we all are educators. We spend most of the day talking to adolescents, children. And then just hearing Roman really just kind of seal the deal. It's like, you know what? It's gonna be okay. Because we have really great things to celebrate. So I am Elizabeth Curley Dunbar. So I'm a clinical social worker. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. And I am the program coordinator for our assessment support and counseling center. And so one of the, perfect, thank you. Some of the things I wanted to highlight are some of our key successes for this year. And so one of the big things that I would again like to shout out to BioHealth for is they actually paid for 2 of our clinical psychology doctoral training students to be trained in an evidence-based vaping cessation program, which is really hard to come by. And so VIA paid for both of them to receive that, and we actually did pilot that this year. One of the learning lessons we had is that even though we got a lot of our referrals initially from disciplinary referrals for students who had maybe gotten caught vaping at school, guess what? Students aren't exactly super stoked to talk to their parents about it, even after they already know that they've been something. And so one of the things we're going to do next year a little bit differently is we're going to target those parents. So at our open houses and different things, we're going to advertise this to our parents. So the parents that already kind of know their kiddos may struggle with something, they have a way to contact me and hopefully we can get connected with them. And so we were actually able to successfully get one individual through this. He's really brave as a senior. And so we're really proud of him. And so it's for individuals who, even if they're not ready to completely quit because of peer pressure, whatever that is, environmental, if they're willing to even think about kind of cutting down on their nicotine use through vaping products, then we consider that a huge success. One of the next things is we also offered an emotion regulation group. This was primarily for freshmen and girls, which is where we targeted our tier 2 group last year as well. And so this year, again, we got a little bit of a later start, just given the fact that we had not been in the building for as many days as we had hoped. So we had 3 freshman girls and 1 junior who we just felt like was a really good fit. And so it was a really fun group that a doctoral student and then a clinical social work student also piloted. And then next piece is that I really just want to brag on not only the student services staff, but this last year we had the most interns and practicum students that we've ever had. And so I just want to really thank the collaboration again with App State psychology students who were phenomenal. And then also I was able to take on this last year, have the opportunity to work with 3 different master's level social workers, and then actually a marriage and family therapy intern. And you'll see, I think Dr. Cox has already mentioned this, but the reason why we do this is because a lot of people are scared of children. And it's through these opportunities to really work with and engage with adolescents that they learn that, hey, they're not so scary and that they really like it. And so I just want to give 2 snaps for the 2 individuals that have been already hired through App Healthcare. Have actually been Ask Center practicum students. And so they know our county, they know our kids, and we've got them coming back here, which is amazing because we really need to strengthen this mental health professional pipeline. And then another one of the students for a different position that App Healthcare is hiring for, hopefully again, to support our students through the Top Dog Clinic expansion, was an intern this year. And so again, we're just kind of reinforcing that these connections, interns, student teachers, they take a lot of time, but they are so worth it because they really feed back into our community and to our children. Okay. So this is just a little bit of an overview of our service load this year. So these are actually individuals, so 25 total individuals who we have consents for. So I work with a lot of different students throughout the day, throughout the year, but these are students that we are performing cognitive behavioral therapy with. So this is kind of above and beyond what may be a typical stop in at the counselor's office. And so 64% were female, which is usually our average, you know, for adolescents, you usually see a little more female lean at this age group. And you'll kind of see the spread. The one thing I do want to kind of highlight just a little bit is that typically it leans slightly heavier for the younger grades because they come in a little bit more unsure, a little bit more anxious, but we did have quite a few seniors this year who were Ask Center clients. And I want to definitely kind of possibly link that. We can't, of course, we don't know for sure, but Helene definitely did some things to our older kids too. And so seeing the impact it had on their families and that kind of reverberation to them, even the older kiddos who are a little bit more buoyant to things that may go on in their lives, is just really important to kind of note. Of course, everyone here knows exactly what that impact looked like, but I did want to kind of highlight that because usually we see it a little heavier on your freshmen, sophomores, and a little lighter on juniors and seniors. And so we had really good outcomes, which are right in line with the clinical data on 67% of clients showing reliable improvement based on some of the scales that we use. So we are really proud of that. And again, 4 students in DBT and then 1 student in the vaping. Just a little bit of service load comparison. This fluctuates from year to year based on client need. And so one of the things that we're super proud of this year is that even though we were in school less days, we were able to serve more children. And that in part, again, is through the collaboration that we have with taking on interns, which was a pivot from how we've operated in the last several years. However, it really paid off. They did a lot of great work for us. And they were really there after Helene, calling parents, going out on home visits with us, dropping things off. And so we're really proud and impressed with them for that. Okay. Just a little bit of a snapshot of some of our crisis data. So this, kind of want to caveat this in that this number of crisis events and individuals, those are specific ones that involved either myself as the lead clinician or Ask Center staff. And so while there were additional events above and beyond, roughly 25, that may have involved me as kind of a back end or doing some care management or helping with reentry meetings, these were the ones where we actually performed some type of suicidal or homicidal ideation assessment during the school day for our kiddos and families. And so through that, we got 5 different Ask Center referrals. 8 individuals were referred to community providers. We did have to call mobile crisis 4 times. And then a lot of the kiddos were already in care, which I feel like some people think that's counterintuitive, but those are kiddos who already knew they needed that support and might be in care to help manage suicidal ideation if that's something they struggle with. And so I just want to definitely clarify that. And then we did recommend 3 individuals seek immediate support from those 39 assessments to the emergency department, of which every child and family took them voluntarily. So that's one thing that I'm really proud of, is that we really try to work with the families and the students. And a lot of times, we don't do that lightly. We don't recommend hospitalization or going for an evaluation lightly. And so that work with those kids and that trust and that relationship is one of the reasons why we can do that voluntarily, giving them more choice in that when they need a more significant level of care. This is just kind of a snapshot of the last 4 years. So this is my fourth school year. And so you just kind of see the change over time. And I will say 21, 22 was coming right back after COVID. It was our first quote unquote normal year, though we were still having a lot of different mandates you all were adjusting to and we were navigating. And also it was my first year. So I was a little bit probably more, I don't know, not antsy, but maybe a little bit more ready to call it a crisis event than maybe in the last couple of years where I have felt more sure about what really is a crisis. So you'll see a little bit of a difference there. But we average roughly 39 events a year, which if you do the math, on a normal 180-day school year where we're in the building 90 days, that roughly equates 4.6 crisis every 4.6 days. Look at this year where we've been in the building 155 days, hopefully when we get to Friday, and that equates, yes, ma'am, a crisis every 3.9 days. So hopefully we won't stay on that pace because that could look like potentially 46 crises next year if we do. But every year is unique. Every year brings its own challenges for our families, for our students. And so hopefully we don't see that, but we are prepared, especially with this extra support we're receiving, to manage that if it comes our way. Okay. So just another little brag on Heart of the Husky. This was definitely something that was kind of born out of the School Health Advisory Council. And also a lot of the work this community did after we lost a student to suicide a couple of years ago. And so we wanted to find a way where students who may not be the ones that are high flyers, that may not be very evident or kind of bubble up in the normal ways we might find children in distress. And it's been really successful. So this past year, we had myself, and then we had Caitlin Adams, who is a clinician with the Top Dog Clinic. And then for a couple hours, I had my marriage and family intern there as well. And we were able to follow up with a patient health questionnaire 9, which is super kind of, it's very, you usually find it in doctor's offices. It's a great integrated healthcare tool. And for the kiddos who may have flagged on those initial questions that Amy Walker was talking about on the sports physical form, we followed up by doing a little bit more. And that way we also pivoted and changed the process. So we met with them before they actually got to the medical providers. So if we safety planned or we did other things, the providers could also see the work that we did and the notes that we made to hopefully help kind of, again, make that a more holistic encounter with them. Okay. Looking forward. Okay. So as Dr. Cox already mentioned, App Healthcare and Ashe County Schools are partnering. They have already hired 2 postdoctoral clinical psychologists to support Ashe County school students. Dr. J.P. Jameson will be their clinical supervisor. And again, we're strengthening that pool. There's not very many clinical psychologists in this area. And so with these 2 plus another one App Healthcare has hired for their own staff, that will bring the total up to like 4 for the county. And that's amazing because all of them have worked with our students in some capacity. Another thing, we are hoping to also provide additional support to the early college next year. That's something that has been a goal for the last several years. And we were able to take on one student this year, but we really want to grow that next year. And we think we'll have the capacity to do that. And then one of the other things is we're going to have more mental health providers at Heart of the Husky next year. Hopefully make that a little bit quicker, a little bit smoother for the kids, and to be able to have some more of those conversations with the families. Because there were several children there that popped up, even with some passive or active suicidal ideation, that we had to have conversations with families at Heart of the Husky. So I really have considered that a very needed addition to something already so great that we do for our families. And then we are also, JP's community site class is also going to be, I didn't put this on this slide, but they are actually going to be doing what is it? A healthy technology literacy presentation for our students at the Pathways to Wellness event. Which again, Caitlin Adams, therapist out of Top Dog Clinic, and I are kind of helping steer with the Pathways Committee. Thank you, Jamie Little, for helping with that, and Wilkes Community College. They have been phenomenal. And then also one of the other great things we did was that we had the NAMI Ending the Silence curriculum presented to all ninth grade students in health and PE this semester, which we hope to again continue moving forward with. And so that is to hopefully reduce the stigma. So kiddos will feel comfortable coming to the trusted adults and telling me for struggling. So we're really proud of the things we've done this year and are really excited about what is to come. Y'all have any questions?
How does the student get rid of her gas?
So typically the way we do that is it can happen a couple of different ways. Oftentimes, if they're coming up from 8th grade, Caitlin and I meet every year for families that she's already talked to about specific referrals. So Caitlin and I have a meeting set this Thursday. We do it right toward the end of the year to where I get all the names and kind of some of the background information on those kiddos for Rising Our Prayers. Otherwise, we don't always see the same children from year to year, but we can. So we have several students who we know they are great school-based clients because not every student who has a mental health concern is a good fit to do at school. A lot of the trauma work is really hard to do at school because you're sending them back to the classroom. And so we really try to take care to triage those kids who are great fits here and or really need to be seen by a community provider. A lot of times they'll talk with the counselors. That's my initial kind of thing. The teachers talk to the counselors and then we staff once a week on kids or things that have bubbled up. And so as a team, we decide who, depending upon the clinicians we have, the capacity we have, the student need, is going to be a good fit and actually benefit from the services that we have. So typically they come through the counselors, but I've had parents call, DSS calls from time to time. I'll have other community providers that I've formed relationships with being like, listen, this kiddo for XYZ would benefit from being seen at school. And so it comes a lot of different ways, but typically the counselors are kind of the gatekeepers for the Ask Center.
So there's no MTSS process that the elementary
There
student.
can be. And so that kind of comes through again, those staffings that we have once a week. And so we have definitely kind of monitored those like tier 2 interventions and different things. And if they level up, that is absolutely a possibility. But again, it depends on the fit. So just because they may really need that tier 3 service doesn't necessarily mean they need the tier 3 service at the Ask Center. And so we try to take each case individually, and we are in constant communication with one another. I could not do what I do without the support from the student services and the administration at the high school. And I have great relationships with teachers. I'm going to shout out to Avery Dillingham. She will come to me anytime that she's got, something kind of coming up or she just wants to talk through something. I have really great relationships with a lot of the teachers. So if they feel comfortable going that route and coming to me, we also can kind of meet it and then we staff it. Again, as a team, there's not typically a decision that I make just solely. It's a team effort.
And that decision, the staff is part of that. Each school has a mental health thing that is required, and everyone's required to have a mental health thing. And so that kind of the ASK team meetings kind of serve in that role. And so sometimes, yes, it's more appropriate for an individual therapy type situation through ASK or a referral out. And then sometimes we just put those other things in place, like this child needs to be checking in and checking out with somebody. And so it's not running because the MTSS at the high school has looked a little different. It's not exactly where it is, but truly the process is happening through that ASK process. And so it's being documented very similarly. It comes to me a little bit differently, but the process is simply.
Well, and you don't have a clinician at the other schools. Like I'm the only clinician on staff for the school system. And so that's why it can look different. It does look a little different based on what we have available at the high school too.
And I appreciate your support for the Ashe County Mental Health Forum. I know you've been instrumental with that, and hopefully we can continue to go that and support what you're doing.
I would say thank you very much.
Elizabeth, JP, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
take a deep breath, because I think I'm just kind of, I take up a lot of time with good things, but it's that May, June time that happens. So.
That time of year. All right. We'll go into the rest of the agenda. Thank you so much. We don't have anything under public comment, so we'll turn it over to Ms. Allison Kemp Sullivan for new middle school updates.
Board, we are so grateful for the sunshine. Let me just say that right now. Because we have lost half a month to rain.
Yeah.
That's not official because the way weather days work is they can only actually ask for more than what the average is. So that's something that might come later. I'm just looking at the days that I know that it's rained that impact what's going on out there, but it has, delayed grading. But some of the things that we have been able to accomplish this month is we did start the water line installation that started at Mount Jefferson Road this past week. So as weather permits, grading hopefully will continue. We also were able to garner the temporary construction easement that we needed with Greenfield Campground. This is there's an existing drainage pipe that is on the property line between Greenfield and the property, and that's going to be replaced. So we needed their permission to do that. We were able to jump through the last hurdle with NCDOT and got the driveway plans approved. And also, you have the proposal from WSP, the geotech consultant we've been working with up to this point for the services for construction that I can talk to you about a little bit later. So I think that is the highlights for this month. Does anybody have any questions?
Thanks for the pictures.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like the pictures. Yeah. I did drive by today and there was equipment moving out there, so that makes it even more exciting.
It turns into quicksand when it rains, but it does dry out quick. So that is just a day or two of sun really makes a big difference.
It's pretty good till Friday anyway. For some.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. We have the weekends where maybe by Monday again, it'll dry out again. So, yeah. So.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks so much. Stick around. Next, we've got under action items for the board. The first of those, we've got the personnel agenda there, and you've got the personnel agenda as well as the addendum on those. Do we have a motion to approve the personnel and the addendum?
I move we approve personnel and the addendum.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lord. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Calhoun, any questions or comments? All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Next, we've got the minutes. Those are from the May 5th meeting on there. Had time to look over those. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I make a motion. Approval.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Calhoun. Do I have a second to the motion?
Okay.
I got two out there. Any questions or comments, corrections for the minutes? All those in favor, raise your hand. Minutes are approved. You should have just stayed up there, Allison. I think we're up to you now. WSP. That's right. Oh, I was looking for you back here. The WSP proposal.
Now, let me explain this just a little bit. WSP has been working for us for a while. So the next phase of their work is for material testing and special inspections. This is a requirement by code. And in the drawings, there's actually two different pages in the structural engineer's sheets buried in the plans. There's tables that outlines all the requirements that has to be accomplished for the building code. So they are going to be involved. They could be out there day after day after day. And actually, from this point on, for the next 2 years. And there could be times where they could have, person doing, soil tests. There could be another inspector out there, taking concrete samples. And it's possible they can have a third person who's, specialized in doing, welding inspections. It's intense and for that reason, it's expensive. And I mean, I budgeted $500,000 for it, and it's more than that. I reviewed it. I also, I negotiated it down from what it was actually. And so, I do have a contingency for the designer's fees, which will cover the difference. So I felt okay for about where we are. It's a lot of money. But the reason we're using this particular firm is because it's a complex site and it's a very good firm. I feel like that we need this particular team because of the complexities and the difficulties. So that's where I'm at with it. Does anybody ask any questions?
Will these be the only inspectors and folks that we will need from here this?
For material testing and special inspections, yes. And they've been with us from the beginning. Yeah.
But the contract has changed because of the increase?
Well, we've used them, so kind of like the commissioning, I didn't want to get to this piece of it and define until we knew what we were dealing with. So for example, we didn't know in the beginning, we were going to have soil mill wall. So you don't define that until you get to that phase.
And is it shorter than what we had seen at the beginning? 800 feet, I think.
Somewhat, yeah. It's about 800 feet long.
I thought that we had changed.
The building's 700 feet long, so it's hard to imagine, isn't it?
It sure is.
Any other questions? Did you start to make a motion?
Yes, I was.
All right,
I was gonna
go
say
ahead.
we need to go ahead and approve this contract with this company.
All right, so I've got a motion from Ms. Eldridge. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Ward.
We don't want anything that's gonna delay even temporarily this building. Anything we can do to move it along is what I want, for sure.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor, raise your hand. Keep it right. Thank you.
Wow.
Next, we've got our consent agenda. These are things the board will approve at once. We've got the NCSBT errors and omissions, general liability fund, vocational rehab cooperative agreement, Head Start MOU, Head Start collaborative agreement, renewal of community eligibility program, the ACHS FFA request for summer 2025 overnight trips. And that was it. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve it.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Next, we've got number 5, last item under the action items is Yonder Phone free spaces. So we'll turn that over to Dr. Cox, Mr. Farmer, whoever's taking that one from here.
So you all have seen the link to the Yonder pouches is what a lot of people call them for phone-free spaces, not just used in schools, but I sent you the link that's directly to their school page and how they're being used differently in different spaces. But essentially what we would like to have is a way that students can keep their phones on their person, but yet they don't have access to them. And so these pouches, unless of course they have a 504 and they need it for a medical reason or something like that. But the Yonder pouches would help us to get back instructional time. So in the classroom and help prevent so much time being taken up by a few students who are using phones to be disruptive. So they won't have access to go and text somebody for a fight in the bathroom or to be able to text a threat during the school day. And so we want to make sure that we are able to have that, excuse me, have that communication locked down as much as we can. If there is an emergency, of course, a student can make a phone call in the office or maybe in the classroom. And most of our classrooms have a phone in which that can be done. But for the most part, kids don't need phones during the day. They're in school to learn. And so we want to make sure that we're protecting those. We would be using safety funds, which have to be spent, have to be encumbered by what, 15th? Okay, they have to be invoiced by the 15th. Okay, there's a difference. So we're asking for this decision this evening so that we can utilize safety funds in order to make the purchase.
My biggest concern with this is logistics. I talked with some folks who have implemented the Yonder system. They were all middle schools. And my concern is, and if you'll pardon my expression, where's Justin, is the revolving door that we have at the high school and how that would work for these phones. Because if you've ever been out there, there's somebody coming and going all the time at the high school. And so I'm very interested in the logistics of how this would work. Middle school's a little easier because they're more self-contained. They're not going and coming all day long like they are at the high school because of our programs with Wilkes and other things. So can somebody address the logistics of how this would work? The lady I talked to was very complimentary about them. The biggest problem they seem to be having is that the pins bend, that you put it down on to magnetize it and demagnetize it. Also, they have a very strict consequence if this is abused. So I want to know how we're going to address those issues. I would like to have seen this before there is a deadline so that we could investigate some of this. She invited us down to see how that worked. Of course, that's right beyond Chapel Hill in Chatham County. So can somebody address how we're going to do this logistically?
Lindsay, do you know?
We've looked at it. I agree. I think it's we're gonna have to kind of figure it out. I think the one thing I love about this early work is we see a problem and we try something to fix it. So I don't know. It's new. We may have some things to work out, and the locking and unlocking and where the pouches go and what happens if it is abused. I think all of those things are gonna come with it, but I think if we have the funds and we can try it and work those kinks out, we're gonna, obviously I have students that go down to Poe Hall and Dustin has students that come up to Poe Hall. So we're definitely gonna have to work some things out there. But cell phones is definitely an issue, I think. Even if it's not an issue, it's still an issue because they're spending all their time outside by the sun. They go to the bathrooms and they get on them. They're in the hallways and they're on them. So, I would like to try it, and kind of, would look for feedback and for you all to come in and kind of ask and see how it's working so we can get those things implemented. Because I don't know, but I think it's worth a shot and trying it.
I have an issue that I see with it, but first of all, I'd like to say, I like the fact that students have possession of their phones. You don't have to have someplace to store them, and that they can't unlock them without access to that PIN or unlock mechanism. But why only 3? Because you're going to have long lines when school gets out trying to unlock all these phones if there's only 3 between the early college, unless I'm misreading the inventory list here.
So, what's that?
The unlocking devices.
I was gonna say, we can order more, but I liken it to, I guess, growing pains of how we've implemented the metal detectors at the high school, for example. It does take a little bit longer to get through, but not enough to delay the start of school. Once they're in a routine, they know now that they have to take their Mac or their Chromebook and put it out to the side. Their water bottle goes out to the side, their keys go in the plate, and now it's a smooth process. I think they'll find that this will be very similar to that process. And there are a couple of videos on there that actually show it as a part of that scanning in process. So I think it's pretty easy and students can do it themselves. They can put their own phone inside of the pouch, close it up and lock it. And same way to unlock it, it's really a tap to unlock it.
So have you already decided where these unlocking mechanisms are going to be located?
So they would be at the doors and students aren't going to miss it. I mean, because they want access to their phones.
Do the bus people come, the
Yeah.
students come off buses in a different location where
They
they
do.
come off cars?
So they would be at, more than likely, and again, we can order more of those if we find that it's, if it's necessary. But at the front door and at the bus door are the two at the high school that they would come in.
I should only need one
One,
because
correct.
we started locking
All the other
buses
doors.
except the front door. And we started buses.
Everybody
letting
comes
out
to the front.
too, so they're all coming in and out the front, so.
Yours is a smaller group. My main
Yes,
concern was
exactly.
with a lot of the doors at the.
But with the high school, you'd only need it the main door and then the back.
In the back door of the buses, correct.
That might help some of your traffic too, without the
Absolutely.
kids trying to go out like
That's
side
right.
doors, because they know if I want my phone unlocked,
Exactly.
I have to go out the bus door. I have to-
Kids being kids, if you'll Google yonder, there's already out there a number of ways they can bypass the system. So I'm really encouraging, if we don't have some strict consequences for abuse here, we're gonna set up, and even now, I heard from a teacher who was doing the wanding, kid had 3 cell phones on him. 2 were dummies, 1 was the real cell phone. So you get one taken in class, well, that's not my real one. I've got a couple more. So we're going to have to be very diligent if we do this in order to keep everything safe and keep them from abusing it. I mean, kids, it's just like waving the flag, let's find a way around this thing. So we really need to do that. One other good thing that she said about these pouches were they assign them to the student, they have their name on them, they're theirs for the year. They're also going to wash them so that we do not have to buy new pouches next year if we continue this program, if it works, I can't help but think back in the day, guys, I didn't have a problem with cell phones, but I've been in classrooms this year that I can see where that if you can take that temptation away from kids, and I'm very concerned about, I have to be connected all the time. I see adults doing that as well as our children. And I'm trying to keep myself from doing that. But also we need to be aware of, you guys see me checking my phone up here. It's because it's got my glucose monitor on it. And I have to watch it very carefully. It can drop to below 30 in a minute and a half or something like that. So I'm continually monitoring that. There is a pouch that you can assign those children to that do not go through that metal detector, but it does have a Velcro thing where they're more able to check their glucose level, whatever health is being monitored by these by the cell phones. And there's more and more stuff being monitored by cell phones from children. So I don't know that that's in a 504 or a health plan or whatever, but we need to make sure that those kids have that permission and that leeway, and they're not embarrassed by being able to access their phones or not bullied. I can see some kids saying, you get to do yours and I don't get to do mine. I mean, kids being kids. So we need to make sure that those things are addressed as well. So I think it would depend on the consequences, whether this is successful or not, because they're going to try stuff. And
Another question, how much of the safety money will we have left after ordering these? Do we have any left, or is?
So we do have some safety money left. We're ordering, let's see here, some cameras that were needed. We have a couple of digital programs that we've had over the years that we are paying through this safety money. Are there any contracted services this year, Jamie? I'm looking at
We
you.
had a few, but not, I mean, we did not utilize the entire amount that was allotted for that.
We have Go pouches that we're ordering for every classroom. So in case of an emergency, it has a first aid kit. It has some safety information in the pouches for each classroom. I can't remember all the things that we had in there, but that's in case we have to leave immediately, and it's a grab and go, which we could all use. We had a couple of AEDs that we had to add and replace.
Trainers, that we had them at each entrance.
Okay.
We purchased CPI training for EC staff or anyone who is trained. And she's also doing the train the trainer, so we'll have a trainer.
I move that we approve the Yonder pouches.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ford. So I have a motion to approve the purchase of the Yonder pouches. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Calhoun.
have
a
one
second?
other thing that
Go
I
ahead.
think it would be beneficial for this group to hear. The assistant principal that I talked to that was in charge of the Yonder pouches said they did a lot of work with the parents before it was implemented, that they advertised, they met individually with parents who had great concerns. I mean, it was a training for the parents as well, because we have a lot of nervous parents about not being able to get in touch with their kids, as well as the kids having those nervous, can't get in touch with the parent kind of thing. So she said most of those issues were resolved if they met with the parents individually to reassure them that, yes, we still have ways to contact them and those kinds of issues. There's been some talk about teachers having to do that, but we rely on individual cell phones for Remind. We rely on them for teachers use their cell phones for professional things at school. And so, I would recommend we don't include those in this pouching process, but that we treat them like professionals.
I just want to say, as a parent at the high school, with a student at a high school and early college, I'm excited. And yes, we're discussing of things that could happen, and there's going to be hurdles that we're going to have to overcome. But there's going to be so much more good things that come out of this. Kids are going to have to start communicating with each other. When they go to class, they're not going to be sitting there scrolling. They're going to actually talk to people. They're going to have to say, hey, what's up? And our kids need to learn how to communicate, how to mingle with other people. Our kids today, I'm speaking from my own too, they need help in that area. And I think it's going to be a lot of good things. And I want to thank you for bringing this to our district. And I agree with Diane. If the teachers, that's a discussion for another day, but as long as they use it properly, they're role models for our kids. So I want to thank you for doing this.
But I would like to see a copy of whatever is decided of how that's going to work, because guess who's going to be asked, okay, what's going on? Why are they doing that? How is this going to work? And I would really like to be able to talk intelligently about how this plan would be worked. So if you all could inform all of us the procedure.
We absolutely will do that, as well as from the consequence standpoint. We'll have some early discussions this summer, so parents are well aware, and teachers are well aware, and students are well aware, as well as you are all on board with what that looks like. So we'll do that earlier than not, so families, by the time school comes around, they won't be surprised, or shouldn't be.
How long does it take to get them?
I don't know the answer to that.
I've got two comments on that. One, from a outside sector point of view of that, I've checked with a lot of our industries in Ashe County, and I think they're having a problem out of that with the adults, just like you all are the students in there. And so some of our bigger employers here in Ashe County are impacting some consequences if they use their cell phone during the day. So I think this would help get these students ready for the adult world. And if they're, if post-secondary is not for them and they enter the workforce, which is wonderful too, then this is going to help them have that step to be ready to know, I can't be on my cell phone looking at Facebook or whatever during the workday. I will say, from a parent standpoint, like Ms. Calhoun, I took my upcoming 7th grader to the middle school orientation. We've been having conversations about cell phones. Her daddy has a pretty strong stance on cell phones. She wants a smartphone. I think we're going with a flip phone if we ever get one. But right now, but I will say, she went with me to orientation and the presentation at the middle school, talking about how they're not used during the day. We walked out of there and she actually looked at me and she said, Daddy, I was glad to hear that. She said, I don't think I need a cell phone right now because I don't need it at school. So, I mean, kudos to that. And I was glad she went with me to hear that. So that's from a parent's standpoint. But there'll be ebbs and flows to everything, ups and downs, and a learning curve on there. But I think everybody's trying to do what's best on there. Any other comments? Hearing none, I'll entertain the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we've got some updates, discussion items for consideration. We've got the CTE goals for next year. Or 24 through 26, excuse me.
Yes, I'll be above.
Yep.
I'll be above. So I was going to come up and say over the next 20 minutes, we're going to do a deep dive into data, but I think we'll cut that down to the next 5 minutes.
We appreciate
it. Guys, you can look at,
How about you?
nice, that's good. So I'm up here tonight, and it's a follow-up to what Miss Julie Taylor brings in March or April. She brings permission to pursue all of these federal grants. This is PRC 17, which is Perkins, and that's what helps fund CTE. Each year, we have to come before the school board and get our local plan approved. Last year, you approved the 24-26 two-year plan. This year, I'm going to give you some updates and ask your permission at the end to continue to work on these goals for next year. I'm going to refer to the 3 documents that are in your packet. The first is a black and bright green, and that's going to be our 3 main topics. We're going to talk about our new adventures, our accomplishments, and opportunities. And then I'll refer to the other 2 graphs throughout our conversation over this. Please, if you have any questions, I'll try to, Mr. Roden, I'll try to abbreviate, try to explain these in acronyms because I know how that goes.
Thank you.
But,
Appreciate that.
There's a whole lot in the language, but
I can ask later.
Sure, you just ask away. But again, thanks for hearing this through. I do want to be brief with it, but I don't want to cut anything short. So some new adventures that we've had. One, we're looking at leadership expansion in the CTE. We have more and more the career development coordinator and the career instructional management. Those 2 folks each year, they continue to get more acronyms or more abbreviations after their name. And in the world of CTE, that just means there's more things that you can do for the benefit of students. Ms. Diane Sprague completed her special ops coordinator, which allows her to work with all special ops within CTE and gives her access to data so that we can make decisions to benefit our students. And Ms. Mandy Lovell, she is our curriculum instruction management, and she's a CDC as well, which stands for Career Development Coordinator. And she's enrolled in the internship level 1, and she's just completed it. And she's enrolled this fall for the internship level 2 that will help her lead towards her career and tech ed director's license, which is 711 license in North Carolina. Infinite Campus, we haven't said that word in a long time, but Infinite Campus has some really good features as far as CTE concentrators, and we've utilized that to help identify concentrators this year. And it's an adventure, but it's been really good for us. We've had several expansion programs. Our FE, early childhood education course, that's a 2-block class where students are out in our daycares and out in our pre-Ks working. That's been great. We've also partnered with NC, is it Apprenticeship NC? I always say it backwards, Dr. Gray. Apprenticeship NC, and this is the beginning of an apprenticeship program where students are taking the early child class, they're taking the FE class, and also there's an articulated credit with the community college for that FE class as well. And so those are 2 big accomplishments. One of the goals we had in our 24-26 plan was to include labor market data, the latest and greatest, and get that in our kids' hands so they can see what job trends are right here in Ashe County, who's hiring. We utilize word of mouth, talking to businesses, and then we also utilize NC Career and Star Jobs to help put that information in there. So as we're showing a pathway or in a program area, we're also able to show local jobs in the Northwest region, not just Ashe County, it includes Boone and Allegheny counties as well too there. So we've had several expansions of classes. We have our Adobe Academy there at the early college is doing a fantastic job, and he's teaching Adobe video this semester. And I got his request the other day for some 4K drones and some different things. So I'm excited to see where we're going with that next year. Teaching is Profession 3. This is the course that's kind of like an apprenticeship where students are out working in our elementary schools. It's been fantastic. Dr. Cox has gone over and spoken several times to that group. It's what a fantastic program. And again, it's small in numbers, but it's speaking volumes to what our students are really wanting to do. By the time you're getting to teaching as a Profession 3, you're probably on your way. There's some articulated credits with that with the teaching as Profession 3 class. There's articulated credits with community college and university with that as well too. So these are students that are really interested in pursuing that. Christmas tree production class, we had a great school year with that. We also brought on Project Lead the Way Aerospace. This couples with GE. It's aviation now, so it couples great with that. And our CDC has been having there at the high school. She's been having career table events during lunch. It's kind of like lunch and learn, if you will, with different businesses in the commons. Students can come through, and if it sparks their interest, they'll want to have a conversation with businesses here in the community. And then something we haven't tried, but we did, and it's been successful. We hope to continue it. The next year's is multi-level classes. So for example, taking one class instead of just offering the state standard course for it, offering standard and honors within the same period. And we've worked to get the portfolios handled for that, and I think it's gone well. So I'm hoping that opens some more opportunities for more students and more programs later down the road. Accomplishments. There's two sides there on the accomplishments. Talked about this before with the expansion of our pathways. Each year we try to find ways to grow our different pathways that we're offering to match what's needed out in the community, and also working with Wilkes Community College to expand those CCP, CTE pathways. Basically, that's a course that's 3 to 5 courses at the community college level in a common area. That will allow students, one, they can be concentrators as well too, but then they walk away with a community college certificate after completion. And then we talked about that quite a bit. This year we met 100% of our meaningful progress. And I want to take just a second and refer you to the color chart that's in your packet to explain what that is. Each year the federal government, we get handed down different mandates on how we're measured. They're called federal indicators or performance indicators. And that's passed down, and the federal government sets our benchmark, and then through gathering of different data, students taking tests, our graduation rate, what students are doing after high school, the attainment rate, and the PO proficiency. POL is proof of learning, which is the state test and the performance-based measures students do at the end of class. And to meet meaningful progress, you have to meet that 1 out of 2 years. So when you look at the 23-24, you can see we were green in all areas. That means we met that. And in, for example, the non-traditional, although we're only 19.75%, the benchmark was 20.6. You have to be within 90% of that benchmark to be considered meeting that or having that meaningful progress. And we do this each year when our data drops. Our data is a little behind because this data is for our CTE concentrators. It's not for every student that takes the biology exam. It's students that by the end of their senior year, they're complete or one of the pathways, and the state goes back and pulls their data and breaks it down like that. So some of our data is year to year and it's spot on. So like the number of concentrators we have, we can say that's truly for the 24-25 school year. But when we get the data like this, it's a year behind, if you will. So, but this is the first time that we've, as a district, have met that. And we write goals for each of those, and we incorporate and we work with the core classes in many of those. And we're just excited to see how we're going to be able to continue doing this over the next year. Internship expansions. Miss Diane Sprague, I can't brag enough. We'll talk about that on the other side here in a moment, but she's been able to, Diane is to love her, and she is persistent, and I don't think she knows what the word no means. So she is a great person to be with our community and with our partners, and we were able to get interns at the hospital and at AEV this year. And I think the young lady at AEB, maybe she's working beyond her internship. She's working, I think, part-time with that.
I want to pause there and brag a little bit on that internship program. So last week I had the honor of sitting in on their student presentations for their internships and the growth that the students described themselves. Some of them said that it confirmed what they wanted to do in life. Some of them said, boy, I learned what I really don't want to do. But all of them gained it's interesting. I don't know what that noise is. All of them gained incredible skills, and they were able to articulate those skills and how they saw it benefit them in the classroom, as well as how they interacted with other people. And I was just truly impressed with the depth of their knowledge just after a short period of time. And every one of them said they are so glad that they spent that semester in that class learning in that way. And, you know, I know that we are expanding this. We have more students. I think we have 40 some students interested.
Yes, I have, I think I had on the memo there, 40 students, 34, but that number is actually 40. We had some for this summer. And
not to put her on the spot, but Addison Dollar was one of the 3 that we had at the early college this year. So she could probably share her experience.
Exactly.
Questions.
in our internship, one of the programs we're looking at, we're multi-tiering within an internship. So there's a standard internship and there's an honors internship.
And some of these are paid internships. So some of our students are paid. Addison, would you like to share a little bit about your experience?
Yeah, so my internship was for marketing at K Section 3. I was paid, so it started in Christmas. It was a great experience. It was hands-on. I got to learn and show Miss Bragg how to like print shirts, and then I printed on a newer like high-tech machine while Keg like screen printed, but I also learned how to use the sewing machine. And I decided throughout this that I wanted to double major in communications too. Marketing once I graduated.
So lots and lots of great opportunities. I love your student stories like that as we move through. And I think next year our numbers are even larger for students wanting to do internships. And it's more than just going to work. There's research, there's careers, there's weekly logs they have to turn in on their hours, reflections. She meets Ms. Bragg meets with the students during Husky Halls, and they have certain times they have to come in and meet with her, and then they have a presentation that they do at the end of the year. And I hope you're getting those invitations out to those internship presentations. If not, we'll be sure that it's in your inbox, and they come around at the end of each semester. The accomplishments on the right side of the paper since 2021. I want to, if you want to refer to the little chart here. And the main thing, I won't go over each one, but the main thing I wanted that to demonstrate was we're growing. And so we came off of that COVID word and we had a pretty rough time with things, but we came back. And in that 2021 year, we're meeting every other day and on your right foot on Tuesday and on your left foot on Thursdays, and just all kinds of crazy ways to get kids into school. But what we're seeing there, and these are duplicated numbers. So if Earl takes automotive 1 and takes automotive 2 next semester, he counts twice in this. But when we do the unduplicated numbers, still about 65% of the student body takes at least one CTE class. So but you can see there the enrollment, how that's going up. Their credentials earned, although it wasn't a huge increase from 23-24, one of our goals was to identify areas that we had opportunity to grow in. And so we really focused in on that. You can see the credential attainment when we really buckled down and looked at this and said, how can we make this better? We had tremendous increases there. And if we keep getting that 2 and 3 and 4%, we'll eventually reach our goal of 70%. I think my goal was to increase annually 2%. Even the year before, we've met that. I think we're well on our way this year. Number of completers, and I said that earlier, completers is a student that meets the pathway requirements from the state. It could be 2 classes, it could be 3 classes. It's at the community college level, and that's where Ms. Williams took a lot for kids come in, getting the certificates that we've worked with Wilkes to do as much as we can that if a student takes and earns a certificate, they are a completer, and they count our numbers and our scores. We want those students, because all CTE completers, we look at two more things. And we like to boast and brag and say, if you're a CTE completer, the probability of you graduating is much higher. And you can see there, those scores running into 97, 98% consistently. And those rank with the state numbers as well. One thing that our senior completers do, every 11th grade student takes the ACT. Then we flip over and every senior completer takes the ACT work keys. And this is kind of a career readiness. And the higher you score on this, the wider your range. It doesn't say you're going to be a carpenter or a plumber. It shows kind of the level. So if you think of working at a hospital, the further up you go on scoring silver, bronze, platinum, the wider the range. That this shows you have the aptitude and the ability to work, and it suggests those. And that's something we work, and you can see we keep getting a little better at identifying students and then showing the meaning for that. Because a lot of times we'll get that seniorism and we'll say, 3 months left, I'll have to take another test. It's like, yeah, one more. And again, that's part of the school, the high school's school report card and accountability measure as well. So we're working on several facets there. And you can see the percent of students scoring silver or higher just keeps increasing each year. Proof of learning proficiency. These are students that score 70 or higher on their state assessments. Not a level 3 or a level 1 or 25% or 50% as it's equated to over on the EOC and EOG side, but these are students scoring that 70% or higher. And there's a couple different proofs of learning they can take. And then there at the end is the internship participations. And those numbers there, and they just continue to grow. And it's not one thing we can put our finger on. It's businesses, it's students, it's advertisement, and it's folks putting in a lot of work with that to make that happen. And you just to wrap up some accomplishments there, you see that the 40% increase in enrollment, senior completers 72%. We only look to see that number getting higher as we offer more pathways. We would love to bring a medical office assistant. That's something we hear a lot from our healthcare providers saying, gosh, this is something, if you could come out of high school with your MOA certification, we'll hire you on the spot to work in any of our doctor's offices, hospitals, and things like that. And again, that's at zero cost to the student. And you see the increase in the work keys. The credential earned is 191% over the last 4 years. And attainment rate, and that's what we're looking at as well too, is 154%. You see the average POL proficiency is 74%. We keep working on the cohort grade, that's the other side of my job. The completer graduation rate, we continue to work with that. And then the internship numbers going from those single digits up to near 40 is probably over 1,600 if we equate it with 40 instead of 30 numbers. What we want to continue to look at, and Josh Reagan kind of mentioned this earlier a while ago, we listen to our business folks, and two of the main things they want is employees to keep their cell phones away and to show up every day. So our goal this year, that we kind of got interrupted a little bit there a couple of times trying to keep attendance, but we're going to focus in. We're going to do attendance awards for students coming to CTE class. We're going to utilize Infinite Campus to work on that. We've kind of worked on pathway partners, and what that is we want to take each pathway, and I want them to have 3 to 4 business partners. That's theirs. That's their communication. They're in our classrooms. We're in their businesses, and those students are learning our name, and they're starting to build a relationship there.
And we have at least one per pathway now.
Yes, at least.
But we want to build that so we have additional community partners.
Like our early child program, Woods Community College, Ash Partnership, Generations, there's other folks that are involved in that, and they meet a couple times a year and just have conversations, and that's what we want to continue to build. Purposeful professional development, what we mean by that is we do great professional development across the county. We're looking at how can we do specific professional development for our automotive teacher. Where can I send Miss Finley to learn early childhood? Where can we send a project lead-away teacher to learn more cutting-edge engineering? Computer science is coming. It's here. It's ready this fall. Coming to a high school near you. Graduation computer science, ready to graduate. And so we're going to start offering those classes this fall. And then next year, the 26-27 eighth graders coming in, that will be a graduation requirement for the students. So we're trying to build those purposeful professional development, continuing always to market our strategies. How can we better offer to advertise the opportunities for our students, and how can we continue to grow those opportunities? Something I'm looking at, working with our Exceptional Children's Department is hosting a regional Closing the Gap, Opportunity Gap. And that's where we have our special POPS coordinator and working with DPI, looking at where in our data are gaps for all special POPS students, and then how can we help to close that gap as well. And we're always looking to grow the amount of completers. One of the cool things in Infinite Campus, instead of us trying to figure out and having to run all of these different transcripts, I can tell it, show me who is just a CTE participant, who's had one CTE class. We can take that group of 9th and 10th graders and say, hey, when you're doing registration, ever thought about you had level 1 in 3 classes? Let's pick one of those and get you to level 2. And that way our completers number. So we're trying to do everything purposeful and deliberate. And last but not least, always continuing that credential attainment increase. So what questions do you have about our CTE program in Ashe County?
I'm looking at the meaningful progress here. The proficiency in reading and the math and science, goes back to regular core classes?
So the way there's 3 things there I want to point out. One, this is college and percent of students that are college and career ready that score 4s and 5s. I forgot to mention that. Number 2, it looks back to their 10th grade year when they took English 2. So how many kids are completers in their 10th grade year when they've completed English 2? What percent of those students are college and career ready based on the test? It's a pretty steep measure, because that's the way it is. In now mathematics, they look at juniors, and they look at math 1 or math 3, depending upon if they're on this accelerated or standard. And then of course, sciences and biology.
And one other thing, I've been reading that the president, one of his things is to promote more apprenticeships. How would that fit into our CTE program? Would that be comparable to our internships, or would a longer period of time, or
If you will, it's a 3rd level exposure. So our internship, apprenticeships, carpentry 3, some of those classes are what we call major classes, or they're opportunities beyond the completer class, and apprenticeship, pre-apprenticeship programs would work right into that.
Are they
had
still
heard
paid? And when I was in Catawba County teaching the apprenticeship programs, they got paid. And a lot of our apprentice students would get scholarships from the business they worked with to pay for college tuition.
Yes, I look forward to, so Caldwell and Watauga County, they're starting a program, an apprenticeship program coming up. And I think it's going to start being developed this fall and will affect January 26, start working ahead with that. And it's much like some of our surrounding counties. A64, Wilkes, Surrey, Yakin Works, what's that called there? Some of those is
Sorry, I can work.
yes, that one. Yes, sometimes. But yes, so we're looking at trying to bring on more internships and working with our businesses. And I think as this model starts, it's not only going to be just for those 2 districts, it will be for the kind of the Northwest area. I was at Vision Northwest Vision's meeting there a couple of weeks ago. And it was at Caldwell Community College. It was fantastic. By the way, we had 2 folks sitting on the panel, and I got to speak to 100 folks across the state, and they did a fantastic job representing us.
We had a student, a former student, she was a panelist. Ty Little was actually a panelist on there.
And Mr. Eason was our teacher rep, and it was great. It was great. Appreciate that opportunity. But good question. Any other questions?
I don't have a question. If it wasn't for internships, I would not be doing what I'm doing right now. My junior year in high school, those opportunities came available, and I picked the oddity of funeral service. I'm still there. So had it not been for that, I don't know I would have took the gumption to go on further on that. So this is great for our students. Any other questions?
No, but I just like to say to Mr. Pennington, he's doing a great job. I'm very, very, very proud of our CTE program.
Thank you. It's a great group. It's a group effort. I tell folks I
That's
process monies and get things pushed through, but we have a lot of great folks, teachers, students that are looking for that. What's my why? What can I do? And they're eager to become little entrepreneurs and finding their niche in their careers. A lot of great folks. I've got a really good group of folks I work with. So that's for that.
I'll give one more CTE for accomplishments with what Earl's done with the work and everything in college and getting Mr. certified. And we are actually going to get to, Mr. Kins and I are going to a national conference in July in San Francisco to present on the work that we've done with the CTE program and the Adobe and the work with the community college and all the success we've had there. So that'll give our CTE programs some national exposure. So that'll be good.
Thank you so much.
Do we need to vote
Do
to
we need
continue
to?
work on these goals?
Oh, did you need it for a vote? Because I didn't have it under action.
I
I'm
think so,
sorry.
yes.
We can do that. Do I have a motion for them to continue their CTE goals?
I move that we continue our CTE goals and thank Mr. Pennington for his guidance.
And I second that.
Thank you, Ms. Eldridge. Thank you, Ms. Ward. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, raise your hand. All right, you're good to go.
I have one page, we'll sign.
Okay, that's fine. Next, we've got coming up procedure 3320 for field trips.
So basically, what we're asking you to consider is, this policy has not been looked at since 2014. And we know inflation has skyrocketed. So we're asking that you consider that the out-of-pocket amount for parents be raised from $400 to $600.
I would like to make a request. I noticed after going back and forth, scrolling back and forth, that there were the two significant changes. There's only 2 points now in the first category but it would have helped if you'd highlighted the changes so that I could quickly identify it. Sure.
So I went back to the drive and looked at that one. So that is the proposed one that we would have considered later, but you need it now.
Yes.
Is that what I'm saying?
No, we just wanted to make sure that, because this is the procedures, not the actual policy.
I'm
And,
sorry, I said policy in the beginning. That was my fault.
and so
Procedure.
these are the procedures that would go along with the policy, and we had not introduced that to you yet. And what we would like to consider, and of course, when you take up the policies again in the 3000 series, which is upcoming, in either, if you decide at the end of the month, or if you want to wait until the 1st of August, we'd like to have this to you, because we want to make sure that we're communicating to families if there are upcoming field trips that are like going to the coast or something like that. People need to be able to raise funds, and we would love to bring back those field trips. We talked about it in a parent night. Yeah, and a Title I parent night. What was that, last week?
Yes, the 22nd.
Okay, so sometime within the last couple of weeks, we had a Title I parent night and had parents and teachers and students and administrators from all of our schools across the district. And one of the things that came out of that were experiences for children, but we knew that comes with a cost. And so that means fundraising, and that means advanced preparing for any trips that might happen. And so we want to be more proactive than reactive and know what we're getting ourselves into. And all of these costs, of course, have increased. So this is an attempt to look at that before the next school year, because we know that can be a challenge.
My biggest concern is that we don't leave children out, because that is I know the field trips are very expensive, and I know families are cutting back this year on personal vacations because it's so expensive and they cannot, but you can't go anywhere for the limit that we have. And these trips may be some of the only ones they get to go on. It's the only time they get to see the beach, or the only time they get to go to Washington are those experiences. So do we need to do this tonight?
Well, no, this is under updates and discussion, and we thought we'd bring it back to you when we bring back the other policy. We just want to make sure that we have, advance notice of, and have time to consider the increase in cost, because in August, or maybe actually no, the end of this month, right, Amanda, is when we will bring, any updates to fees to families, and we just want this to be looked at that time, so we can communicate in advance.
I'd like for us to make sure we've got it looked at and voted on before they need to send stuff. So
Do that next month, the end of the month.
we meet June 30th.
We can add it to the 30th. We can add it to the 30th.
That'll give you enough time, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That's plenty of time. Families at the end of this month still aren't necessarily thinking about the next school year, but by the end of this month, they'll start thinking about the next school year.
Maybe not.
Well, but they're fundraising opportunities, and that gives us an opportunity.
So I think we've touched on Heart of a Husky. So you give us that update there. From next, we've got the fire system at Westwood Elementary. There. So kind of an update on that. I don't know.
Okay, Jody, I'll go ahead and start for you, but you're really the expert. But anyway, we met, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, with a group from the county, and the person who designed the fire system at Westwood.
Matter and Craig.
Thank you.
Yes, and
Sid.
the town of West Jefferson, and Sid from Carolina Grading, and you guys are familiar with me just coming into the county, getting familiar with the certain speed of the project, trying to get an understanding of everybody getting in the room, was a really, I would say, a good milestone for everybody in the room. I think we walked away with some next steps. As of last week, we have a quote to bring in a camera, crew to camera the line, to eliminate any possible blockages or pipe restrictions between the hydrant heads and the fire tower. In congruence with Mayor and Craig's request is to have potential redesign of the way the water is stored for drinking water, and leveraging a different system on that to understand what that would look like and what costs would be around that. Currently with formulas, we're not sure. We don't believe, and this has got to be engineered and figured exactly, and I'm not an engineer to tell you exactly, but numbers don't look like we're going to meet the PSI at the current height. So that's an issue. So current recommendation after, to Matter and Craig, who are the engineers, would be to redesign it with a pump system included with a new water system. Not the same life size system that we have now, but some modifications to the system. We don't have a date scheduled for the camera, but that's to be determined after the 27th of next month.
This month.
I'm sorry, yes, sorry.
June.
Yeah, sorry. So the 27th of this month, once we have that, we'll work with the town of West Jefferson, and our team will be on site to evaluate that. And that'll give Matter and Craig a lot more confidence going forward with design. So I do feel like we are making milestone steps to give ourselves answers in this project. So I was just as fast as we all want, but I think we are seeing steps forward, which is good.
I was a little confused by the camera. What is the camera for? Because I don't think it really says.
The pipe restriction from the.
To see,
Yeah, so there, with an AG&E system, water in any space, you could have, pipe crumble or something else happen in the line, or a check valve not working appropriately. So Matter and Craig's engineering team felt very, very confident that there are restrictions. So we're working to eliminate that as a potential, because even if we install the design piece and use the same line, if there's a, a block in the pipe, then, obviously the water's gonna go through it. So I think it's a multi-pronged approach. The one helps to give us the PSI that the fire department's gonna require for the fire hydrants, and then it also,
Keeps drinking water safe.
yeah, with the limitations of towns not being able to fill that whole tower. But even with that said, I think between the designs, it doesn't sound like the elevation of the schools and the tower are meeting the PSI requirements. Again, I've not done the formula. I think, Greg is pretty smart. He's done the formula and just feel like it meets it. We all know he's a pretty smart guy. We take his word for very confidently. So, but I do feel like we've got some milestones that we're working towards. And I'll continue to provide updates on talks and pass them on to you guys.
Okay, my biggest concern is we're not meeting PSI, the hydrants. What if there, God forbid, a fire? Will the tankers be able to handle a fire at the school? Will they be able to access the hydrants?
Access is still available. The hydrants just don't meet I'll have to get it a little more defined from Josh on all the answers. I know there's flow. There's not the required flow for it, because there's certain timelines the fire department has to meet for the number of hours. I don't know the detail on all that, but I can find out.
And they don't think it's been properly working the entire life of the school.
That's what we have gathered from what we've, but, can you give me a ballpark on how long this might take? Or are you afraid to say anything at all about the timeline?
I can't say. I mean, I can. The decision tree is really up in the air because we don't know completely if there's a blockage in the line. If we find a blockage in the line, that might be really a good thing to find where we can repair it. And then again, test as we previously tested before. I'm assuming you guys know about where we tested and filled the tank, to test the balance. If we have a blockage in the line, we need to repair that. My recommendation, and I think Craig would also recommend doing another test with the tank full to see what our PSI is, before we start spending, tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars for additional drinking or water systems. So I think that's kind of where we have trouble creating a good timeline, because we don't know the answers to the current questions we already have.
And Amanda, we have money already allocated to fix this.
We can set aside, school bill repair and renovation. Set aside 500,000 for that as well as.
Let's hope it's a
Cheaper fix.
$10,000.
Well,
Yeah.
even if there's a blockage in the line, we have to know that, but that's not going to solve our issue. Because even when they filled up the, water, since the math doesn't work.
The math is leading us to dictate we need some kind of pump and smaller drinking water system, because what current scope looks like is the tank holds 100,000 gallons of water. We don't fill it up to 100,000 gallons of water, but if we do, we would use that as source for the fire hydrants.
Not the drinking
Not
water.
the drinking water.
It would go bad before.
The town is very, very diligent, and that's what we want from the town, is to make sure that the water that's exposed to the children is quality and meets the drinking standard requirements. So that's only so many gallons, and we build much more houses over there.
It would flow a little bit more, but right now we don't use enough water
Right.
to be able to use that as our standard.
Yeah, so there's some questions that gotta be answered for it. I would like to say that the restriction would cause a problem. The likelihood, it's very low. So
I like the idea of the camera. I think that's smart. That's the first time we've heard it in this whole process of looking to see if something's wrong with the pipe, which makes a lot of sense. In that, I think we've went around it, but never got to that. So thank you for working on
It's
that.
exciting to have progress here. It really, truly is. So thank you for whomever's doing this.
the town has been really supportive Greg and our team have been great, our cops have been great. Yeah, it's been good.
Any other questions?
Makes me feel better.
All right, next, keep going. We got the June 2025 FEMA update.
Well, this is Jody and Amanda and Lakin, and I do, before any of that is updated, I just want to give a real shout out to the three of them. And so recently, it's been a weekly meeting with FEMA. And I mean, like half a day weekly meeting with FEMA, and they're making progress now, but this has been really slow and methodical, and then there's the frustration of getting quotes from people and be able to get answers before the next meeting turns around. So kudos to the team here, because they've really had an increased workload because of FEMA or because of the hurricane. Hope you had a chance to go down through all of
I
those.
say we've got the list there, so I guess entertain any questions on the list. We don't need you to present it. We're good.
Yeah, it's nice to see some of these things are completed. Yeah.
Well, and then if you see on the front page, I
Thank you.
added later to that, the most recent FEMA update. They are going to, they approved the demolition of that storage building at the middle school for the summer. It is falling in. So it needs to be down sooner than later. And hopefully that will take place this summer. And then they did approve the other storage building, and the only small place that we are not in a flood zone on the middle school property, which is near the football field, but right along the drive there. So there's already another structure there, but that's the only place.
Old field house.
Correct.
Yeah, perpendicular in between the current stadium seating and the current field house
Field house.
space. It's about all the space that's deemed appropriate based on FEMA floodplain.
And they'll have to have some grading on it.
Yeah, we're working with Tom. Jason from Thomas Herman Surveying, yeah.
Well, I'm the happiest that they're fixing the tennis court. It's not going to be in a flood zone, is it?
Well,
I'm more than happy they're fixing the.
Tennis court and the pickleball.
There we go. That'd be fun.
It will be yeah, we've got quotes and we actually had two requests for R5 today from two vendors, which is it's really promising considering the response time of vendors has not been exciting.
Hopefully it's another 500 years. Oh.
Any other
Yeah.
questions?
No.
The tornado alley's moving this way.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Right. So I've got that from Ms. Calhoun. Do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
All right, I've got two. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, thank you much.
Not yet. Sounds like I'm asking my parent, can I do this?
This is for the.